Jobless.
We're gonna have to use safety pins.
It starts at 9, right?
Yep. I think breakfast will be over in 15 minutes.
We need to go.
Check, 1, 2. Hey, hey.
That's a hell of a delay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Video delay as well.
Oh, that's loud.
Testing, reduced, 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 reduced. Reduced, hey. Test, 1, 2, 3.
So you need to, Matt, you have to reset YouTube.
No, I'm just gonna let it run.
YouTube is running?
Yeah, they're both running.
Oh, yeah, but if you dump out of this, sometimes YouTube fails. It thinks it's over.
But I wasn't gonna dump out. I was just gonna.
You already did.
No, I haven't dumped out.
Yeah, we closed the whole thing.
No. The one from before wasn't streaming.
Okay.
This is the one that I just started.
This is the first stream.
This is the first stream.
Let's go eat real quick while we can.
dongle in it?
Go ahead. Yes, on that
Oh,
one.
this is this the?
This is the older one, it's the Thunderbolt.
Okay, let me see if I can find it. Dongle. Do you have a dongle?
Just for VGA,
Just a VGA?
just the VGA one, yeah.
Mac always changes his mind about the.
It's really annoying.
Like, no, this is better. No, this is better. No, the old thing is better.
And they took out like the direct USB ports, which
Right.
that's really annoying. It makes me more nervous to bring it around to connect for like presentations.
I know. I
With
always
newer
bring
ones.
a bag of wires.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, because I have one of those Thunderbolt to VGA adapters too.
Yeah, one of those old ones.
But they have everything new, so
Oh, good. Yeah, they seem really
they're
professional.
very old.
Yeah. Morning.
Are you Dr. Hannah?
Yes. Hi.
Hi, I'm Ivy.
Oh, Ivy. Oh,
Nice to meet you.
too.
So I'll be helping out today. If you need anything, let me
Okay.
know. I'll just be at the desk.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Is this it?
No, that's a brand new test tube. Yep. So the live stream has its own tap built into it through a switch, and so not through the amp.
But they're in Zoom, right?
No,
I've never used Zoom.
no. And so I'll be moderating
What do I?
but if you sign in with the
Okay.
same
Right here.
There we go.
then
Yeah,
you can
okay.
actually just switch through it.
Oh, yeah, let me switch. But I'll let you know when I have better headphones too.
Let me check my device. Did I lose the screen?
What's the best way to connect?
I didn't power down, did I?
No.
Oh, this doesn't work.
Oh, it doesn't.
No. The hotels, so we have to provide one.
Should have enough battery though.
I'm sorry?
It should have enough battery, so it shouldn't.
Oh.
It shouldn't have to be off.
Okay. Let's try again. Okay, let me go check my monitor.
Just saw one for the first time recently last night. And my granddaughter's in school. So I haven't gotten the link yet up this month. And she said, you know, we're going to check it. So I thought you did the
It's you know, when you could do it here or something, and then it's a little research. So.
Good. Okay.
This is a visualizer.
Yeah, looks good. We gotta try the sound or oh, is there a? It should actually work with the HDMI, right? The sound. Let me see.
Video?
Yeah, I have one video.
So
Let me just
Internet
see.
audio.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Okay.
This is your headphone jack?
Okay. You know what? It's on the other side.
And you have your clicker, I see.
Got a clicker. Oh, it's kind of froze. to another, but
Yeah.
it's beautiful here. It's a little different. Thank you. I think it's good. I think, yeah, I think
So
everything's
what I
working.
currently have is,
Oh,
this is what's
okay.
streaming right now, it's just a link.
Okay, okay.
And then once we go live, then
Yeah,
I'll
I'll switch
transition
over.
over to yours.
Okay.
And then we also have cameras, one right there that's a wide view,
Oh,
and we have another one that's a close-up. So we'll stream that as well. You won't see the stream here,
okay.
you'll just see the stream on,
Yeah,
you'll only see this.
okay.
This will transition.
Okay.
We'll transition to your laptop. So you'll also
I'll
see,
look up to my laptop. Okay.
whatever's here is next
Mhm.
up on this screen.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay,
Is there
thank you.
anything else I can help you with?
No, I think that's good.
Will you be using the podium mic?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so. Yeah.
Me too. Let me check. Make sure it's on. Check 1, 2, mic check. Okay.
I think that's good. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, after all the news we kept testing about, like all the changes of Ignite, we need to stay focused.
You have a handheld mic if you want to do that, or we can always use the
I don't hear any of it. Do you hear it?
Hi, Stephen. How are you? Good.
Do you hear it?
Okay.
Oh, you do? I'm not hearing it. You said auxiliary 3, right? Yeah.
Check, 1, 2.
Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. Oh, I hear it now. I'm tapping on the mic. It's Morse code. Morse code. Freaking me out.
myself in this mess.
It says no audio. Well, I got two on white. I mean, camera 4 is on white. I got her offset. Says he has no audio. Nice touch, very good.
Off to the races.
Two, and put 7, we do 3, and put 8. All this match, so we all get used to it. Either 1, 2, 3. I'll have him format the match, black match.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to live stream day at NITOP. Today's general session and the sessions in Sawyer Key will be live streamed to our remote audience, and we're happy to have them join NITOP. We certainly appreciate your support of the conference. So here's the schedule of today's events that you will be seeing on the live stream. All the times are in Eastern Time. In a minute, you'll hear Dr. Mei-Ling Halim, and then at 11:30 a.m., you'll see the presentation of Dr. Kathy Hirsch-Pazik in the general session. At 2 p.m., you'll see Demo, a series of live demonstrations. And then at 3 this afternoon, you'll see Professor Clemente Diaz talking about incorporating the psychology of work in introductory psychology. If you want to post questions for any of our speakers, you can do so if you're on Twitch. You can post questions there. Also through the Zoom feed. Also, we are having a Slack channel. We have a NITOP conference as a workspace. I'll be sending that link out to you if you've not gotten it already in a minute or two, so you can sign on to Slack. There is a channel for... I just sent it. Just sent it? Okay, excellent. So you should have received that link, and we invite you to join in that conversation and that discussion. So now I'd like to present Dr. Mei-Ling Halim from California State University at Long Beach. Dr. Halim's presentation is sponsored by the Society for Research on Child Development. She'll be speaking on reducing gender stereotyping and promoting positive relationships among genders in diverse classrooms. Dr. Halim.
Thank you, Stephen, and thank you all for being here. I'm really looking forward to sharing some research with you and some thoughts about how to apply my research to the classroom. And I'd also like to thank the Society for Research in Child Development as well for sponsoring my attendance. I've really enjoyed my time here so far, and it's my first time at the conference. So thank you for the warm welcome, and it's been great. So today I'll go over 3 major parts. The first part, I'll just talk briefly about how we might see sexism in the classroom, what are some ways that have been documented by research. And then I'll take a step back, a long step back, I hope you can take that step with me, to talk about sexism from a developmental perspective. I do research with preschoolers mainly, but there are some principles I hope that you can draw from my research that could be applied. And then in the last part, I'll talk about potential applications based on my research and research from other people in the field. So before we begin talking about sexism in the classroom, it's important to have a little bit of knowledge about what kinds of gender stereotypes might influence our interactions. And there's lots of gender stereotypes in the world. We all are really well versed in them. Even young children know a lot of them as well. And they're surprisingly consistent across different countries and cultures. But Susan Fisk and Amy Cuddy have whittled it down to 2 important dimensions that affect a lot of interactions, warmth and competence. So generally, women are stereotyped as being warm and wonderful, kind and nurturing, but on the other hand, they're seen as less competent or intelligent compared to men. Men are seen stereotyped as being more competent and intelligent, more effective, and better leader, but also seen as colder compared to women, and stereotyped as sometimes being bad or dangerous or untrustworthy. And very, very much less is known about stereotypes about non-binary, gender fluid, or people of other genders. But some really recent research suggests that they are evaluated less positively in general compared to typical male and female genders. But there's less consensus on where they fit. So people seem to be trying to apply gender stereotypes to non-binary individuals, but there's less consensus about how to do so. And also, it's important to remember that men have higher group social status compared to women in our society. They hold more leadership positions in universities, in corporations, in the government. And so that can also influence how we treat each other in the classroom. So before we talk about sexism in the classroom, it's important to understand what is sexism. It includes both prejudice and discrimination based on gender. So prejudice occurs when we evaluate other people based on stereotypes and biased attitudes. These could be positive or negative. So we're looking at somebody and judging them based on their belonging to a group and not based on their individual attributes. And discrimination is the behavioral expression of prejudice. So being prejudiced against someone or discriminating against someone based on gender is sexism. So we might see this between students in their communication. So if you're in a classroom and having a discussion, it's been documented that in some studies, male students speak more than female students, sometimes as much as 3 to 1. When you ask students to remember who said what and remember comments made in class, people tend to remember comments made by male students more than female students. And even when a female student does make an important contribution, people might misattribute that comment to a male student. And some but not all studies have shown that women are more likely to be successfully interrupted when they're trying to make a comment in class. And some studies have also found that men have failed to use encouraging conversational support to promote more exchanges. And we can also see segregation in the classroom. First, just by majors. So a lot of people have noted that in some classes there are many more female students than male students, or vice versa. It could be by STEM majors. There's many more male students than female students often. And even in the same classroom, if it's allowed and people are just allowed to sit wherever they want, there tends to be gender segregation within a classroom as well. We can also see sexism from teacher to student, and this can be seen in attention and feedback. So some studies have shown that male students received more attention from teachers, and they were given more time to talk. Teachers have also been observed to give more praise, criticism, and remediation to male students. So if they got something wrong, the teacher would correct them and give them feedback to understand why they got that wrong. And we might also perpetuate sexism in the content that we cover. So an analysis in 2008 analyzed the images in general psychology textbooks and developmental psychology textbooks, and it revealed that males are represented more than females in the images, and white people were also represented more than minoritized people. So this 2008 study basically replicated the same thing that was found in 1992, but I haven't seen a more recent update of that. And then in specific content areas, there might also be sexism. So one author in particular looked at introductory evolutionary psychology textbooks and found that there was a clear bias in focusing on women's appearances over other qualities that she might have, like intelligence or education, in how much attention was given to women in a textbook. So these are just a couple of ways, and I definitely would be interested to hear about maybe how you might have observed sexism in classrooms in your experiences in our discussion at the end. But now I'd like to take a step back, and we'll come back to the classroom, but I wanted to discuss how sexism might start in general. So I come from a developmental perspective. I'm a social developmental psychologist, and my research broadly looks at two major questions. The first is, where does gender bias start? So my research has described children's gender attitudes and how they change over time. And is there variation by gender, ethnicity, or region? The large majority of research on the formation of gender biases has looked at white American children, mostly from middle to upper middle class backgrounds, as a lot of developmental psychology does. So it's important to look at the generalizability of gender bias. And then second, my research has looked at what factors shape the development of gender attitudes. To look at this, I've come from a developmental intergroup theory framework by Rebecca Bigler and Lynn Libin. And they propose that when we make any category psychologically salient, so such as gender, but also it could be race, it could be religion, it could be age. When we make that salient in our world, then children will categorize other people based on that grouping and also categorize themselves based on that grouping. So for gender, it's very salient in most cultures. People might dress differently, wear different hairstyles based on gender. Bathrooms are a big one. I have a 4-year-old, and she's already been asking me about which bathroom do I go to and what do the symbols mean, which leads me to a very long discussion that is often very complicated. And, even when we buy toys for children, there's often pink aisles and blue aisles, and on the internet, there's, boys' toys, girls' toys. So we clearly make gender very, very salient to children. And then Carol Martin and Diane Rubel have cutely called this a time when children act like gender detectives. So as soon as they learn that gender is an important category in our world, they're very interested in learning what that means. So what does it mean to be a boy? What does it mean to be a girl? And they form their own conclusions, their own stereotypes. Sometimes they get it wrong. They'll say like men like coffee and women like tea based on maybe what their parents' preferences are. And then after this categorization is proposed that because they categorize others and themselves based on gender, that would lead to stereotyping and prejudice. And group variation might occur, perhaps if some cultures make gender more salient than others. That could be through language, it could be through dress, it could be through different roles based on gender. So that was interesting to us to look at. So I'm going to describe research based on 3 bigger studies. So it's going to be a lot of graphs, and I hope you can bear with me, and I'll try to explain them as we go through them. And these are all collaborations with lots of wonderful people with a lot of funding sources that we're grateful for. The first was with 246 4-year-old children in New York. They're from different ethnic backgrounds, primarily from lower socioeconomic status households. The second was with 408 second and fourth graders in Arizona. These were kind of mixed SES households and mixed ethnic groups. And then the third we completed most recently, and data collection actually ended because of COVID, but we collected data on 605 4 to 6-year-olds across the US and in different regions. So this included Hawaii, California, Washington, Connecticut, and North Carolina. And we tried to sample an even amount of children from different ethnic backgrounds. So to look at gender attitudes, we used a couple of measures because there's different components of attitudes. We looked at the cognitive component, so we looked at trait judgments. We simply asked, do you think boys are nice? Do you think they're mean, dumb, annoying? And then we asked the same thing about girls. Do you think girls are nice, etc.? We asked about affect towards groups. How do you feel about girls? Point to the happy face or sad face. How do you feel about boys? Affect experience. How many boys make you feel nervous or sad or bad about yourself when you're interacting with them? How many make you feel happy or relaxed, excited? And the same thing for girls. And for that measure, we came up with 3 subscales looking at anxious feelings, positive feelings, and negative feelings when with a different gender. And then finally, just how much do you like this kid? And we showed pictures of different children, and they would rate it on a happy face scale. So first, generally across the measures and across the studies, we did find robustly that children showed in-group favoritism, which means they showed more positivity towards their own gender compared to different genders, a different gender. So the red bars are how they felt towards their own gender, and the gray bars towards a different gender. Is it possible to make the screen bigger in here for the presentation? I don't know.
Sorry?
Just because some of the font might be a little bit hard to see. Yeah, I don't think they need to see me twice. I don't want to see myself twice. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think that's better. Is that better for everyone? Yeah. So in general, if the bars are above, the higher numbers indicate more positivity towards a group, except for these last 2 bars, the higher the bar, the more negative they felt with the group and the more anxious they felt with the group. And so this was true across children from preschool and elementary school. And then we looked at this by gender to see if there was gender variation. The yellow bars were for girls, the green bars were for boys. And here I took a different score to collapse the data a little bit so it's not too overwhelming. I subtracted attitudes towards a different gender from attitudes towards your own gender. And so any bar above the 0 indicates in-group favoritism overall. And you can see in general, across the measures and across girls and boys, we do see in-group favoritism. There were a couple of cases where boys didn't show clear favoritism in study 2 with negative feelings and cognitive traits. And so with that, we think maybe in 2nd and 4th grade, there seems to be a little bit more negativity towards boys in general from both girls and boys. And then one other difference we found was that girls did show more bias than boys across different studies and across different measures. So you can see a difference here. And that's consistent with the literature. And there's lots of potential reasons for that that I'll discuss later. And then we looked at this by ethnicity as well. So the gray bars here for Black children, yellow bars for Latinx, red for Asian children, and then the purple for non-Hispanic white children. We didn't have all groups in all studies, so it's a little bit piecemeal. But just one takeaway from this is that, for all the groups, there's gender bias. So they're all like above the 0 line here. And sometimes we found differences, sometimes we didn't, so it wasn't super consistent. But there were some cases where, like the Asian and Latinx children showed a little bit more bias than the Black and non-Hispanic white children. But it wasn't always consistently found. And then we looked at US region, and we explored whether there might be differences. Maybe some regions could be a little bit more traditional than others or emphasize gender a little bit more. It did kind of look like Seattle showed the least gender bias, but there wasn't a significant difference among the different regions. So in general, across the US, we found gender bias among children. And next I asked whether these attitudes lead children to treating each other differently. This question is important because if we want to do interventions, we need to know where to start. Does it even make sense to spend time trying to improve children's gender attitudes if it doesn't make a difference for their behavior and how they treat each other? So I'm going to show you a short video to tell you about the measures for intergroup behaviors. One is a resource allocation measure, another is an interpersonal distance measure. And this is a 5-year-old Chinese American boy from Chinatown in New York. So there's a little bit of Cantonese thrown in there. And it was one of the first sessions the experimenter did, so she's reading the script very carefully. So I hope you can bear with it as we watch the video.
Okay, so I'm going to show you something, okay? So now imagine, okay, that this is a boy named John, and he is sitting here in a room right here. Now you are going into the room too. Where do you want to sit? Can you show me? Okay. And now imagine that John has left, okay? And now there's a girl named Jane, and she is sitting here in a room here. And now you go into the room too. Where do you want to sit? Can you show me? Okay. So I have 2 drawings that were made by kids the same age as you for a contest. 佢哋參加咗一個畫畫比賽喎。You know what a contest means? 你知比賽乜嘢係咪？ I would like you to help me decide on price for each of these drawings based on how nice you think each drawing is, okay? So this one was made by a group of 4 girls, and this one was made by a group of 4 boys. and we have these 7 gold coins to give to them as prize. Can you show me how many of these coins should be given to each drawing based on which one you think is the nicest? This one was made by 4 girls and this one was made by 4 boys. I really need your help on this one. You can give as many or as few as you want for each drawing. Done?
Okay, yeah, so this child clearly has some in-group favoritism here. He's showing it through resource allocation and interpersonal distance. So we did find that children's gender attitudes did predict differential treatment. And in general, it was the out-group, the different gender attitudes that seemed to matter the most. So when children felt more positively towards a different gender group, then they treated the gender groups more equally. So overall, just like you to take away from, I know this was a lot of graphs and a lot of research, but just that gender bias starts early, as young as age 3, when children are first forming a gender identity. It's robust, it's found across lots of different groups, and it has implications for inclusivity. So next, I asked, why do children show gender bias? One factor we started out looking at was social cognitive development. So the first factor we looked at was just forming that identity, having a strong sense of identity, and we looked at private regard for one's gender and centrality, how important it was to them. We also looked at stereotype knowledge and flexibility. So are they actively trying to gather information about gender? So how many stereotypes do they know? And then are they flexible in the application of that stereotype? So for flexibility, we counted how many times they said both Lisa and Bobby liked dolls, or how many times they both liked trucks, etc. And we did find some support that cognitive and social identity factors did predict attitudes as well. In particular, having a positive sense of gender identification, if it was important and positive to oneself, that predicted in-group attitudes, feeling really positive about one's own group. And then stereotype flexibility predicted more positive out-group attitudes, different gender attitudes. Now, a second factor I've looked at is family socialization, and this has been done in collaboration with Kim Leeper and Brenda Gutierrez at UC Santa Cruz. Here we did a retrospective survey study with college students just to get to start exploring this question. And we have a diverse student body in both universities, so it's about 41% Latinx, a lot of Asian American students and white American students. And we also looked at household structure, which I didn't initially think about, but a lot of my students brought up in potentially affecting how we feel about gender groups. So we found that in our population, we had about 20% who were from single mom households. So we just asked about the frequency of hearing certain messages based on common gender stereotypes. We asked, how often did you hear from your influential male relatives that men were basically trustworthy, faithful, truthful, dangerous, or bad? And so we made 2 scales. We asked the same thing about women and also from female relatives. So we asked these questions 4 times across a large survey, and we spaced them out. And then we asked college students to just report their own personal gender attitudes currently. Overall, I think men are primarily, and then we asked the same kinds of adjectives. And this was spaced apart too, so hopefully to reduce reactivity. We also included the standard benevolent sexism scale. How many of you have heard of benevolent sexism before? Okay, not everyone. So they ask questions like, how much do you agree with these statements? Women should be cherished and protected by men. A good woman should be set on a pedestal by her man. So it's a sense of chivalry and protection for women, which seems benevolent, but it portrays women as the weaker sex. And it's often associated with really negative outcomes, especially for women. But often when benevolent sexism is high in a certain country, for example, outright hostile sexism also tends to be high. So that's when you clearly favor men over women. And so we also found support that family socialization positively predicted gender attitudes as well in college. So these messages that college students reported did seem to have some effect on their current attitudes. For benevolent sexism, the link was only found among women. More specifically, the more that women heard that women are trustworthy, but men are not trustworthy, like you need to watch out for them, then the more likely they were to endorse benevolent sexism. And more recently, I've been following up this study with a qualitative study. I'm not an expert in qualitative methods, but it's something I like to use sometimes to just get a sense of what kind of messages people are hearing. So we asked about frequency, but we had no idea what's the content of those messages if you ask about people to report this spontaneously. And it's been really, really eye-opening for my students and I. The stories are often like very, very personal and very powerful. They talk about their parents' relationships, their grandparents' relationships, abandonment, affairs. A lot of sexual violence came up, which we didn't expect to come up to such a high degree. But here are just some quotes that kind of give you a sense of some things people said. One woman said that her dad told her that, mostly all men have bad intentions. One mother said that men are a species of humans that are not trustworthy. So we're not even in the same human species, but men are a different species altogether, like a really different group. But it's not just that women are being warned about men, although that was very, very strong across different groups. And that was probably the biggest theme that we saw. Sometimes men were also warned about women. Young men were warned about women. So you need to watch out who you go out with because girls are sneaky and they just want to trap you. Another man said that his mom told him not to date anyone in high school because he should wait until he becomes a doctor and then he can pay for any girl that he wants. So that one bothered me. And there's a lot of variability too. So that was interesting to me too, to see such variability between households and different families. So one woman said her mom left her family when she was 5 years old, and so her father was like stuck with her, and he would say things like, "I want a boy, I never want to go through the experience of raising a daughter again." He ended up having 2 more kids with different women, and then he said if it was a daughter, he would leave. And she reported luckily he had 2 boys after her, so he stayed. But it was a very sad essay to read. And then on the other hand, I loved this quote that one Black American woman said that her mom communicated that she's a diamond, that we are diamonds being African American women. And I loved reading that because in my own household, maybe partly growing up in an Asian household, I definitely didn't hear that Asian women were diamonds. If anything, there was a clear hierarchy and message that men were valued more than women. So family socialization does seem to be important. And then the final third factor that we looked at was peers or intergroup contact. How many of you are social psychologists in here? Do we have any? Just one, okay. So social psychologists really know this theory really well, but Gordon Allport in the 50s proposed that the more contact we have with another group, the more prejudice will be reduced towards that group. After that hypothesis, there's been decades and decades of research that suggests that it's very complicated. It's not just direct contact that matters. But a lot of important research has also shown that friendships in particular with members of other groups are particularly effective in reducing prejudice. But when you look at the meta-analyses, almost all these studies look at race or ethnicity, some with like different national immigrant groups as well, but very, very few on gender, almost hardly none. And I think there's a implicit assumption that well, we have a lot of intergender contact anyway. You know, we have brothers and sisters, and heterosexual relationships, we get married, we have romantic relationships with each other. So this is not a problem. And when we submitted this paper for review, we got a lot of pushback on it, even from social psychologists who study prejudice and discrimination. So we had to, you know, show that this is actually a big problem. In preschool, in observational studies, when you look at people on the playground, children on the playground, children spend 3 to 4 times the amount of time with their same gender compared to a different gender if left to their own devices. And in elementary school, there was one study that suggested that increased to like 10 times the amount of time with their own gender compared to a different gender. And then even in adulthood, we have separation based on our careers and our majors in college. And if you ask older adults, you know, who their best friends are, they usually are a same gender person. So we still see gender segregation throughout the lifespan. So in this study, this was the Arizona study I mentioned earlier. It was longitudinal. So we looked at change over time across the year, which was important to look at, to more strongly suggest causation and directionality. And we asked children, how many of your friends at school are girls or are boys? So in this study, this was the Arizona at home or in extracurricular activities. And you can see here that most children said they had almost no friends of a different gender group or just a few. So there was clear gender segregation in elementary school here. And I don't think this is unusual. So we did find that friendships did predict attitudes in the way you would expect. So the more friends you had from a different gender group, the more positively you felt towards that group. And you can, this is, you know, not done in the same path model or anything like that, and I am comparing across studies, but it's kind of interesting that the coefficient was much higher than the other factors we've looked at, which might suggest that peer friendships are particularly effective versus maybe trying to tackle like family socialization and the other factors. And there are some notable findings from the study that could be used for applications. The first was that the positive feeling subscale, feeling happy, feeling relaxed, feeling good about yourself when with the different gender, that showed the strongest connections to gender attitudes, more than the negative feelings or the anxious feelings. So perhaps for interventions, focusing on creating those situations that can foster positive feelings is particularly effective, rather than trying to reduce anxiety or reduce negative feelings. We also looked at change over time, so difference scores. So it wasn't just having like one different gender friend at the beginning of the year that mattered, but it was adding more friends over that school year that had a particular impact on gender attitudes at the end of the school year. So this might suggest that even if you have some friends of a different gender group, it's good to kind of try to gain more in terms of reducing prejudice. And we also found bidirectional effects. So not only did friendships lead to more positive attitudes, but we found the opposite relation as well, where if you were less prejudiced to begin with, you were more motivated to seek out friendships with a different gender group. So that was a lot of research, so thanks for sitting and listening to all of that. And I just wanted to help you kind of gather what the take-homes are from that research. You know, first, when does gender bias begin? It starts young, at the eve of gender identity development. It may increase in early childhood, and it's robust, so it's found across multiple groups, ethnic, income, and gender, and regional groups. And some consistent gender variation in particular. You know, girls are more biased in a lot of the studies with children, and we saw in the family socialization study that women were receiving these messages that like men are untrustworthy while they were growing up. So, you know, it could be that girls are being taught to be careful around men, careful around boys, that is kind of translating into less positive attitudes. And then what shapes our gender biases? It seems like it's multiply determined. If we stop to think and reflect about our own biases, probably there's a lot of different influences. So not only cognitive factors, just having an identity, understanding that there's different groups, but also the ways our families talk about gender and our interactions with peers can also shape our attitudes. But I think in this factor, it gives me hope that there are these individual differences in how biased we might be. And to me, it was really interesting to read about more egalitarian households in the qualitative study that I mentioned. Just as I mentioned before, I grew up in a household that was much more gender traditional. My grandmother was Chinese, and she had 6 sons. So whenever somebody would visit, she would brag about, oh, I have 6 sons, and they would say, wow, that's amazing. And we had like a lot of visitors come by. She used to be a math teacher, so a lot of her old students would come by, and she would talk to them. But I knew like implicitly that if she said, I have 6 daughters, the reaction would not be the same from other Chinese people. So it was fascinating to me to read about how more egalitarian households or more feminist households, how they went about their days and stuff. So some women talked about moms in particular being really actively engaged in sharing about stories about powerful or influential women. A Mexican-American woman talked about her household where gender roles were not enforced. Both her mom and dad did the cooking and cleaning. And so that was really nice to read too. Okay, lastly, I wanted to share some applications in the classroom based on some of this research. So I'll give 2 major possible recommendations and then follow up with a little bit of evidence that would support this. In general, most of the work on diversity in classrooms has looked at race or ethnicity. Very, very few has looked at gender. A lot of the studies I'll mention are based on like younger samples, but hopefully more research will be done in the future and we might be able to apply the same principles. So first, think about increasing opportunities for gender intergroup contact in your classroom if that's possible. So you can just be mindful in pairing up people for discussions. It could be mixed gender discussion buddies or small groups. If you have in-class activities that are really fun and enjoyable already, you can make sure those are composed of mixed gender students from mixed gender groups, group projects as well. And I teach research methods at the graduate level, so it's a small seminar, which is a nice kind of environment to try to foster some community and inclusivity. And one tip I learned from my colleague, who's a community psychologist, Danielle Kofeld, is now I have these writing groups. So at the beginning of the semester, I'll assign people to groups of 4. And I just try to be mindful of gender and ethnicity and pairing people up in those groups. And they're required to meet 20 minutes a week, every week, and then they're supposed to do some writing. There's a thesis proposal component in my class, so it's very writing intensive. And it turns out they don't do that much writing during the writing group period, but they ended up chatting and talking about how graduate school was going, how life was going during the pandemic. So they really formed these nice close friendships that they touched base with over the semester. And so they formed friendships across gender lines, and I'm hoping that they could carry that forward with them after graduating and after the class. Another example is in this class, I do a lot of peer feedback on writing. So they're writing the thesis proposal, and they have 4 different sections. And so each time I'll pair like a group of 3 up, where they give feedback to 2 different peers, and I also try to make that mix it up based on gender and ethnicity as well. So they have the opportunity to also give feedback to people from different groups. And just a little bit of evidence that this can be effective. There's a recent study done by Laura Hainish and Carol Martin at ASU, and they did an 8-week pre-test, post-test intervention in preschool classrooms. In the experimental classrooms, teachers assigned children a different gender buddy each week, so they had 8 different gender buddies total. And then they did a lot of assessments, interviews, teacher observations, experimental observations. They found that children in experimental classrooms, they did show improved gender harmony, so there was more mixed gender quality play observed, and children reported more positive gender attitudes. Teachers reported improved overall social competence and a more positive classroom climate. So teachers observed less peer exclusion and less peer aggression. So perhaps we might see the same benefits in older classrooms. And second, another suggestion is just to look at your class materials and take a check on gender representation in your materials. We can acknowledge, I think in any field of psychology, we can acknowledge disparities in the gender representation of historical figures in psychology. Ed Diener and his colleagues did a study in 2014 where they ranked psychologists by eminence. They looked at citation metrics, textbook page coverage, and major awards. And among 100 psychologists, almost all were white men, 14 were white women, and 1 was a black man. That's a picture of who we find important in our field, who has been contributing to our textbooks, and so that's going to be reflected in the material that we teach. And we don't have to skip covering certain topics or anything like that, but I think just like an acknowledgement that there are these differences. It's not due to intelligence or competence, but there's different opportunities for women and men over history and in being able to work. And that could be important, just to not take that for granted. We can also acknowledge gender bias in research and research methods. In methods courses, for example, you could teach that only male participants were sampled previously in previous decades, and that was pretty common before the 60s. And in 1975, there was an APA task force that tried to look at sex bias in research, psychological research. And based on their findings, they made recommendations that we need to report participant gender to make sure that we weren't overrepresenting a certain gender. And so you could share about that. Even today, in neuroscience, which is which does contribute to some parts of psychology, male mammals, which includes rats, chimps, primates, and humans, are still overrepresented. As much as 5.5 to 1 in terms of single-sex male studies versus single-sex female studies. Male rats are primarily used in biopsychological research. And you could teach that this is a problem because we can't generalize as well to all populations if we don't do more research on female rats as well. There's one book that I have not read yet, but my colleague Yana Kucherko recommended she did a talk on decolonizing psychology and looking at the history of racism in psychology. And there's a book called Even the Rat Was White. But I would also add that even the rat is male currently. Teaching students about this can be empowering because sometimes when I share this with female students in particular, they're kind of motivated to do this biopsychological research to kind of get more representation and try to generalize research more to other populations. In terms of research methods, Alice Eagley wrote a really nice piece on feminist perspectives on psychological methods, and there's been advocacy of qualitative methods in particular because it's argued that qualitative methods does not strip context from psychological phenomena, and qualitative methods can be more collaborative. There's less of that power differential between the experimenter and participants. And then in her examination of methods textbooks and in citations of research, qualitative methods seem to be underplayed even today. So there's still a heavy reliance on post-positivist quantitative research. We can also acknowledge biases in representing gender beyond a binary. I think there's also a nice talk about this later today in another session. But like even for myself, I teach gender development in my developmental psychology class. And I do talk about how most research that has been done has looked at gender in a binary fashion. And so there's still open questions about non-binary children, and we still don't know much about stereotypes about them or how their gender development forms. So it's not like we're erasing the past research and saying it's not important, but we can say that it does have some limitations. And that makes a difference to students who are from those non-binary groups, just to mention that even briefly. And it brings awareness to people who might not know that much about gender development. And finally, a very easy thing to do is look at your images in your own slides to see if there's a nice representation of different gender groups. I also teach aging and adult development, and I love the textbook that I use, and they share this Age Busters slideshow to show at the end of the course to end on a positive note. So here are like 100 successful agers, and you play it to some nice music, to Frank Sinatra's My Way. And it's generally pretty uplifting. But the first time I showed it to my class, I realized that the students were not really relating to the examples very well. It was mostly white individuals, mostly male. And my student population is 70% female, and we're a Hispanic serving institution as well. So they had people like Victor Hugo, who wrote Les Miserables, a French writer. They had Woody Allen in there. They had Verdi, a composer. So they weren't relating to it. So I added my own successful agers and tried to mix it up more by gender and by ethnicity. But I also gave extra credit for people to come up with their own successful ager. And they created their own beautiful slides that were much more beautiful than mine. And I've added their ideas to my slideshow over time, which has been really helpful because I don't think I could have come up with them on my own. So those are just some ideas to think about. And quickly, some evidence that this could be effective. I did one quasi-experimental study, and this was part of a PhD prep program we have at our university that tries to get underrepresented minority students into PhD programs. I had 2 child developmental course sections, and in one section, I just inserted photos of underrepresented minority scholars who were both gender and ethnically diverse. And sometimes I would, say a short thing about them. Maybe there's someone in my department. I'm lucky that my department's very diverse. Sometimes I might also mention if someone's an immigrant or a veteran, like even Henry Tajfel in social psychology. And we found that sense of belonging among the students did increase over time in the experimental classroom, but not in the control classroom. Just based on this very simple intervention of putting photos in there and talking about the people who are doing this research. And so I just want to leave with, emphasizing why reducing sexism and gender bias in the classroom matters. There's a lot of benefits for students. The more we can mix up their interactions with different gender groups, they're going to be exposed to more diverse perspectives. That should lead to more interesting and enriching discussions. And it's been shown in some research that it leads to more creativity and innovation. Again, a lot of this research is based on diversity, based on race or ethnicity, but perhaps the same conclusions could be made for gender. It's an open question. It's been shown that diverse interactions in the classroom can reduce biases and also increase commitment to social action. And if you're making more friends in the classroom across different lines, it's going to give you overall more social support for academic success. More people you can turn to when you need help. And you can also expand students' social toolboxes. A lot of times people talk about intercultural competence, and they're talking about competence with other racial or ethnic groups. But gender is a very strong culture that has been shown to influence interaction styles and communication styles. And so if they can learn to interact in a classroom with people from different gender groups, that could lead to better outcomes in the workforce, in their professional careers, maybe even in their personal relationships. And perhaps this is true particularly for those who might be at risk. There's one study on children where boys who had poor self-regulation, if they had more friends who were girls over the school year, they had better self-regulation at the end of the school year and were able to do better academically that way. So those are just some ideas. I'd love to hear your feedback as well. I'd like to thank all of the funding and groups I've worked with, and here's a nice picture of my lab pre-pandemic. So thank you. Any questions? Love to hear from you.
Remotely too, so probably we go back and forth between the people who were asking on Slack and in the room. This is a longer question, but I'll read it to you. Although the idea of gender and sexuality as a spectrum exists, that concept may be difficult for early cognitive stages without the definitive other or third category. If categorization and identification are purposeful for cognitive development, what might be the actionable pathway to accept stereotyping as categorization, but limit the next step of judgmental prejudice?
That's a very complex question.
Oh, thank you.
I'm not sure I totally understand the question.
Yeah, I'll keep, there's actually a little bit more to it, so I'll read it and I'll have you react to it.
Okay.
What are the steps between allowing children to create self and other definitions, but then show that flexibility of stereotype exists enough to focus on individual identities?
Yeah, like kind of a more multicultural perspective instead of like, that's a great question. I think it just involves conversations. In general, in the gender development world, there is an emphasis on like de-emphasizing gender. There's already so much emphasis on it in society. Children will learn it, kind of, for sure, basically. And so, in general, people have thought it's more beneficial to emphasize similarities between different groups rather than differences, because they will already be attuned to the differences. And so it seems a little bit, and I think it's positive still to have a good sense of gender identity. It's been shown to have positive outcomes for your social, emotional well-being, your mental health, to feel good about the gender group you belong to. So I think perhaps it takes a lot of active conversation between parents and teachers about how we can belong to these groups, but talking about stereotypes and how they don't apply to all individuals, and it's tricky though. I think it's a tricky question.
Thank you. Is there another question from the room? Yeah.
So one of the things I was, sorry, is this actually on? Yeah. So one of the things I was actually wondering about with gender representation in our psychology classes is, I'm not sure if this is true at many of others institutions, but the psychology major at my institution is predominantly women. And so if anything, I feel this challenge that despite the fact that we have so many white male people on the screen in history, the men are actually not being drawn to our discipline in the same way that they used to be several decades ago. Now that may or may not be a problem, I don't know, but it is interesting that there's also this other problem of making psychology feel like a space that can be welcoming for men also. I don't know if you have any thoughts about that.
Yeah, it is very interesting. So is that true for almost everyone else in the room, that more women than men are in the classrooms for psychology? Yeah. In like child development, one question I got previously was also like how to make it more engaging for male students, especially in like developmental psychology. Like if they're not interested in child development careers, I will like emphasize how the information is so useful in terms of being a parent, being a father, or like an uncle. And that seems to motivate them to kind of learn the material more and like talk about the material with their families more. So I think, yeah, it's understanding like the motivations and how they're different, and then trying to kind of frame the topics in a way that might still interest them and show them how it's useful. So, you know, even with social psychology, you can talk about working with groups and how it can apply to like the workplace, things like that. But yeah, I think it probably takes some thought to think, how can we be mindful of that as well? But I think that's a larger issue where it's like a pipeline issue as well now. It's not just like how the materials are presented in the classroom. I don't know if once they learn about the topics, if they think it's not for me, but rather maybe more like their interest in people versus things and how that might influence the selection of a major. So I think that's an interesting question that I think we just need to do more research about. Like, are they feeling like psychology is not for them once they're in the major or in the classes? And if so, then how can we fix that too? Yeah.
Great. We've got another question from Slack. As children mature into young adults, when do they become aware of the stereotypes that others hold and that they and their family hold?
That other people hold about them?
Yes, yes, it looks like.
I have some research that suggests I could start pretty young for some children. So like even at age 4, we asked children, like, what do you think other people think of your gender group? Like, do other people consider boys better than girls or girls better than boys? So that kind of takes a lot more higher cognitive thinking. But some 4-year-olds did show sensitivity to that, where girls who came from households where they watched more TV, or where moms did a lot more housework than dads, so there's more gender inequality in the home, they were more likely to say that others think boys are better than girls. So it's possible that they could be sensitive to that, but I don't think most 4-year-olds are yet sensitive to that. And then in another study, we found that maybe it was like by 5th grade, where there was more like an average consensus that a lot of girls did recognize. If you ask the questions in the right way, specifically like who's in government, who's in the corporation leadership positions, then they showed acknowledgement of like men having higher group social status. But before then, there still seemed to be a lot of in-group favoritism where girls would say, women are in power, or women are considered better, and then boys would say like men are considered better, and men are favored more. So still this like in-group bias before then.
Great, thank you so much. And I think we've come to the end of our time. There are a couple more questions on Slack, but maybe I'll find a way to forward them to you. Okay. Thanks everyone for coming today. Thank you. One more round of applause.
If you want to ask any more questions, I can answer them in the hallway too.
Great, thanks so much.
And discussing them with you. Thank you.
Check, 1, 2. Okay, now I got it, Che. Hey, he, ha. It takes a second or so. Hey, he, ha. Hey, he, ha. Check, 1, 2. 1, 2. There's a huge delay. Okay, so that's, this is handheld, this is handheld. This is handheld. Whoa, that one's too hot. Check, 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 check. Check. Hey. 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 4. Check, check, check. Check. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Hey, hey. This is handheld 110. 110. 110. How's it sound, Shay?
You delayed, remember?
Yeah. This is handheld 111.
I hear a little feedback. Ring.
Yeah, we got to figure that out. That's a zoom involved. So the zoom's coming in.
No, I'm talking about coming through here.
I think it's because I... Okay, Nets, are you set?
I have both laptops connected to one Zoom feed. If you want to go to the videos,
Is this one muted?
I muted that one. You want to check it?
Check what?
Audio?
We're going to pick up a loop somewhere.
We did pick it up a little before, didn't
We weren't streaming before.
we? We streamed.
Simultaneously streamed. So that's on. So we need to log into that and talk through it. So Shay, can you go out back? Can you go in the office and log on to that Zoom?
Let me Zoom next to you.
And then
All right, Nets, I'm here.
just keep talking.
Can you hear me? Check, check, testing 1, 2. 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Shay,
Yes.
do you have earphones?
Yeah, I'm on my phone.
No, do you have earphones?
No, I'm using the phone for the Zoom.
Right. Do you have earphones for your iPad?
Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Yeah, I hear myself now. 1, 2. Shay. Yes. Do you have earphones? Yeah, I'm on my phone. Now, do you have earphones? Yes, I have earphones. I'm using the phone for the Zoom. Right. Do you have earphones? okay. That's how you came say, I thought you said, well, I'm using my phone. I hear myself now. Hey, Patrick, do you still have one of those chargers? Remember the first earphones you bought us? The Apple earphone? The black one? Yeah. I have a phone, I mean, the earpiece, but I can't find the charger. I was wondering if it'll work. No, it's not even work. Probably history, yeah?
It's probably selling on the internet.
Hey, Patrick. Oh, we pulled the wrong thing out.
No, not there.
Yeah. You want me to put it in?
Yeah.
I hear you.
Is there echo? Is there an echo?
Keep talking, Shay.
No, I don't hear echo, but it's loud where I can't understand.
Too loud.
Mm-hmm.
Keep talking, Shay.
Too loud.
Maybe if I turn mine down. Check, 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 check. Testing 1 2 1 2.
So we were having an echo from you.
Now I don't hear an echo.
Talk. Talk.
Talk, Shay.
Talk, Shay.
Patrick, can you hear me?
Keep talking. Tell him to keep talking.
Keep talking.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Keep talking. Tell us about.
Not that side I don't hear. Well, I gotta wait till a delay though.
You
The
plug
phone is very low. Check 1 2. Testing 1 2. Check, 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 check. 1 2 1 2. Testing. I'm talking. 1 2 1 2. Must be a real bad delay, Patrick.
Where?
Cause I'm talking.
Here or there? There's a delay here.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
You don't hear?
Does it sound okay?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Check 1 2. How does that sound, Lachey?
Wait, I got a delay now.
I know.
Did you guys open up two different?
What did he say?
Your phone's wigging out. Oh, it's on silent, that's why.
You see, my rubber done wore out, so I had to take it off.
Get a new case.
Yeah, good.
Okay.
Audio sounds good over here.
But keep talking.
Okay.
Shay? Hey, Shay,
Yes.
did you have two Zooms open? Is that what happened?
I have my phone open, and the other thing is the advertising I see from the room.
But I think it was still playing.
That's just live stream, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know why you so low.
I'm right here in front.
Yeah, on my phone you're real low.
Let's see.
I wonder when I plug in that darn.
Check, check, check. 1 2. Mic check. That's good.
All right. That's a.
Check, check. 1 2. Mic check.
Now see with my earphone nets, I hear you just fine in my phone.
Yeah. Okay. So.
1 2. Mic check. Testing 1 2. How about now, Shay?
Yeah, and with my earphones, yeah, fine. But on my phone, speakers from the phone, no.
I think your speaker is also picking up your audio at the same time, and then rerouting it back and forth, because now it sounds great. So our 330 speaker just wouldn't go to the link that I sent them, correct?
Huh?
So the 330 speaker wouldn't go to the link.
Not unless you go change it. Unless you want to go ahead and. During the 15 minutes, just go fire up that window. Let's not mess with her. So you can close that down temporarily.
I guess I'm just trying to say, if we need to contact her, so we can tell her, hey, instead of the link that was sent with the new Zoom,
You tell me what you'd rather do.
I'd rather stay on schedule with the Zoom link.
Just keep it going.
Yeah.
Then
Well,
let-
no, well, I mean, this, we can go and just fire up basically, because you're just shutting one off and turning the other on.
Uh-huh.
So I'd rather stay on schedule so nobody out there in the world is messed up, like what link.
Fine,
they're
so go
going to.
ahead and turn that on,
Okay.
right?
Yep.
And then, Shay, talk.
Check, 1, 2, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2.
Sounds like you're in the room
Check.
with us.
Huh?
Sounds like you're in the room with us.
No, I'm in this office, come in the room. What he said, Netsa?
You said nothing?
Check, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2. What? Oh, well, sounds like I'm in the room too. Yeah, same here. You know what? I'm still getting my delay.
Actually, you know, at first I thought this was COVID zone, it's the first day.
Hey, don't be.
Cold zone out of bingo. Oh, there you go. That's where I didn't see it.
Okay. Right, so, Shay,
Yes.
you can sign out.
Say again?
Sign out, leave.
Okay.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
So,
I gave
do,
them,
do we know a time?
I gave the time 30 minutes early for them.
Can't, frickin' mask. Can't remember what to do on a mask. Son of a bitch.
I hope I didn't take yours.
Oh, I think you did. It was here?
Well, where the hell is mine?
It was here?
I thought I reached into my pocket
Hey,
and grabbed.
I guess we're related more than we want to be.
Well, I'm pretty sure I put it in my, well, let's go look in the room. We'll find out.
What percentage would you guess are probably AP psychology teachers that attend this?
It's a pretty small percent, no more than 10%. It tends to vary. It's, like I say, it's something we really would love to increase if possible. But yeah, we
stumbled on the website in September. And I'm just so glad that I did, but in listening to a lot of the stuff about the intro psych class and trying to beef it up and get students engaged, I thought, you know, the AP psych classes and then the general psych classes in high schools are the farm teams.
Exactly. Well, I mean, the AP Psych teachers are some of the most creative people that we have who contribute to, like, teaching of psychology. So, yeah, it'd be great to get more people here. So, you know, if you can think of any ways that we could kind of get the word out better, then that would be great.
Yeah, I'll definitely be doing that.
All right.
With the network I have.
Yeah.
Sure. Kathy, first Kathy, where in the world you are?
I don't know, but I can text them
Oh, yeah,
ask them.
because the Zoom is up and running.
All right.
We're waiting for them to sign in.
All right, so they're in the center laptop here?
Uh-huh.
have to do is just change over.
So, the next two speakers are live bodies.
Okay.
Thank you. So it looks like the big computer can stay at home from now on.
Is it gonna go into retirement now?
Still got a lot of use.
Yeah, it is.
It'd still be an excellent thing for, recording video.
I was,
9 terabytes of RAM.
what was I doing? Oh, the, 360 video. It literally took me, I told you what happened with that, right? When the kids came and let the baby disconnected by accident.
I don't know.
So, what I've always told the kids is never to let Junior, who's only 15, watch Vinny, who's only 1. He literally just turned 1. I say, he doesn't have the experience, he doesn't have any training, he doesn't have any CPR certification, nothing. I said, for me, that's just no. And he's okay, Junior will watch him fine and keep an eye on him. So here comes Vinny around my computer, which has now been on for 15 hours running 360 rendering 360 video in the background. And when I left, I said, don't let anybody get near my computer. First thing Vinny does is he comes up, he's a toddler, he goes, welcome to my space, hits the button, and whatever happened, he got disconnected from the rendering. So when Junior came, I said, hey, what happened here? And everybody's like, oh, Vinny must have touched it. I was like, I said, do you understand? I said, that's 15 hours of rendering times, and I just gave them an example, times $50 per hour to render this, because that's the amount of time to get this out to the client. What if the client wanted this tomorrow? Now I have to explain to the client that we couldn't get it rendered because a 1-year-old touched it. I said, to you, it's not serious, but to me, in this kind of world, it's very, very serious. I said, now I have to do another render. It's going to take me 24 hours for this to render. I said, so that times this, and I came up with some number. And I said, Junior, how much are they paying you for this babysitting job? And he's like, oh, they're giving like $30. I was like, okay, you're going to have to go now and work. He's like, I ain't going to work. I said, well, whose responsibility is to pay me for the loss? He's like, his mom. Okay, so when she came home, I explained the whole thing all over again, and she's like, not my responsibility. He's responsible for watching. I said, see, Junior? I said, the buck got passed on to you. You're the responsible person. So the next time somebody asks you if you want to watch a 1-year-old, no. It doesn't matter. I don't care. He didn't want to watch the kid in the first place, but it was just the fact that nobody else was available, and rather than have somebody else do it, they put a picture.
I'll send you our 4-foot by 4-foot dog pen. With the little one inside is important.
No, with the cousin's cousin that has Vinny. She used to hang out with Vinny on the summer. And this is his life. So, she always was in. So it's like. But we can only send like a lecture. Well, that's the thing. No, they actually are. Cross-sectional, where they can look at different ages. College students versus 360. So that could be the developmental component where you have to think about. Well, yeah.
You have a PowerPoint with all the demo demo, all in one.
I do, but I think the last two people, because they have like special programs they wanted to share.
Okay, so that's just,
So the first one's virtual, the students I have, but the other two I had on my computer, but they wanted to use their own, so then.
all right, so it's going to be a delay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Just making sure. Thank you, Kevin.
heard from her. She thinks it's tomorrow.
The recording has stopped.
Okay.
Make sure we can hear you and see you and see your slides.
All right.
It's worked great so far, so.
All right. Can you guys hear me? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm totally not dressed for your crowd now because I thought it was tomorrow.
It's 11:30, so it's not on. It's 11.
Oh, all right.
But
So I had
it's
everything
11:30,
wrong.
So we're okay.
All right, we're on now. Great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
did. So, camera 1 or 4 for preview for the announcements. Please bring it up on preview.
I think that's good.
So when he gives the preview,
She's on.
I got my finger ready for her.
Okay, she's on. Okay. So am I?
No, we're going to just fade to him. He's going to introduce her, then we go to her.
Okay. I've got a few.
So one take.
Bernie, you're muted, or Kathy, you're muted. Can you hear me now? Okay. I'm going to make a few announcements.
I have her muted.
Yeah,
And then we'll switch to you, okay?
Yeah, but you can't hear me?
Now we can. We had you muted, so the whole auditorium could hear you. Okay. I'm going to make announcements, and then.
You want to double tap click on.
All right?
Tell him I have the PA system muted.
Do you have a, yeah. Do you have a separate mic that you can use, and the mic makes a difference? If not, that's fine. So, okay, well, that's all right. We're just going to go with what, okay, excellent. All right, I'm going to go ahead and start then, all right?
Ready, mic is hot. Preview input 8, computer 3.
8.
Got 3 different color screens.
All right. Welcome to day 3 of NITOP. Hope everyone is having a really good conference so far. I wanted to make a few announcements. First, we welcome our live stream viewers, and we appreciate their participation and interest in NITOP. A couple of announcements for today. First, at lunch today, we're going to have the NITOP Nearly Impossible Trivia of Psychology contest, or NITOP. So if you take your lunch outside, please be sure and eat and come back in for the contest. The way it works is that your table is your team. So whoever table of people you're sitting with, that's your team. We're going to pass out a set of 10 just really hard trivia questions in psychology, and you as a group will do your best to answer as many of them as you can without any sort of external resources. So only the knowledge of your table. So try and eat with smart people today. Okay. All right, the winning table gets bragging rights, and I think we may also have some free drink tickets for you. Also, there'll be a chance for more shameless plugs if you missed yesterday's opportunity. We've had a number of requests for presentation slides, and as we get those in, I will post them, or Annette will post them on the website. So if you go to the schedule for each speaker, it has like a link for handouts and presentation slides. If we have them, then that link will be live, and we will post them as we get them, and we probably won't get them all posted until a day or two after the conference is over. If you want them right away, you can email me directly, and I can see if we can get them for you. The discussions we are having are on Slack, so if you are in the conference or viewing remotely, please log on to Slack for those discussions. Also, use Slack for we've had a number of job announcements, also dinner, groups and things like that. If you are here on your own and you'd like to join a group for dinner, don't be shy about posting, or if you're a group that's getting together and be open to having people join you, please also post and let people know that they can join you. We'd really appreciate that. Tomorrow is our last day of the conference. Remember that breakfast
ends tomorrow at 8:30. Things are pushed up a little bit. So breakfast ends at 8:30, and the first concurrent session tomorrow is at 8:30 and not 9, the way it's been. So keep that in mind. Also, the checkout time is, Tradewinds has extended it for us to 12:30 p.m., so you should be able to attend the final session and still check out on time if you prefer. I know a lot of you are probably leaving us today. You will be sent an evaluation link today to complete the conference evaluation. Please complete that evaluation and help us to plan a better conference next year. And that link will be sent to both people attending in person and doing the live stream. There's different branches for different groups. So please complete the evaluation. So our general session speaker today is Dr. Kathy Hirsch-Pasek. Dr. Pasek is a professor of psychology and director of the Infant and Child Laboratory at Temple University and a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution. Her research examines the development of early language and literacy, as well as the role of play in learning. With her longtime collaborator, Roberta Golenkoff, she is the author of 16 books and hundreds of publications. Dr. Hirsch-Pasek is the recipient of the Uri Bronfenbrenner Award for Lifetime Contribution to Developmental Psychology in the Service of Science and Society from the American Psychological Association. Dr. Hirsch-Pasek is deeply committed to translating basic developmental research for the general public, which can be seen in her 2016 book, Becoming Brilliant, What Science Tells Us About Raising Successful Children, and her Twitter account, Kathy and Roe. Today she'll be addressing us on reimagining higher education, the 6 C's. Dr. Hirsch-Pasek.
Hi, can you all hear me? Can you all hear me? Yes. Testing. Okay, we are good. Well, first of all, Stephen, I just want to thank you so much for including me today. As you know, and I want all of you out there to know, this is one of my favorite conferences because I just think the energy in the room is so exciting. And I wish I could have been in the room with you, especially now because I think it's 28 degrees in Philadelphia. And I would much rather be with you than sitting in very cold Philadelphia. But let's just start with reimagining higher education and the 6 C's. You see, it's always concerned me that we study and teach psychology, yet we rarely teach in the ways that maximize how brains learn. So that got me thinking, and I was wondering if we could actually reevaluate what it means to teach at the college level. So I'm going to do this talk in 4 chapters. The first chapter is, let's look at the history of college teaching. Like, why do we all do lectures? How do we create active learning that sticks? And what do we want from a student who gets an A in our class? What should they look like? Chapter 2. I want to do playful learning in the 6 C's and introduce you to a new way that I've been doing college learning and that we're now starting even in elementary schools and middle schools around the country. 3, I want to talk about the 6 C's go to college and give you a real example from a class that I'm teaching in methodology. I want to give you some preliminary qualitative results in retention, in transfer, and joy. And then I'm throwing it all to you because it'll be your turn to make the system even better. So let's start with the history of college teaching from the college lecture. The lecture. Well, it turns out, folks, lectures have been around and are documented around since around the year 1350. And as Wikipedia notes, though lectures are much criticized as a teaching method, universities have not yet found a practical alternative to teaching methods for the large majority of their courses. Oh my God, have you ever been in those lectures that are so boring that you're dying? That you wish, will this person just get to the point? We've got to find a way to be more engaging with the students we teach. So you can think of this as the Rip Van Winkle School of Learning. If Rip Van Winkle woke up today, One of the things that would look completely familiar to Rip Van Winkle is the college lecture. It hasn't changed in the 100 years since he's been asleep. Indeed, there's a book that was by Armin Roska called Academic Adrift. It claimed that at the university level, gains in critical thinking, complex reasoning, and writing skills are either exceedingly small or empirically, wait to hear this word, non-existent. You know this. If you've been teaching college for a while, getting your students to really provide the evidence to support a thesis statement, to go beyond, I think that, my opinion is that, I believe that, is really, really hard. And scholarship from earlier decades suggests that there's been a sharp decline in academic work effort and in learning. Further, students don't retain what we teach them. That is, if you asked your students to take your final just 6 months after your course, do you think they'd still ace it? Lecturing has never been an effective technique. Some say it's a waste of time. And the best example that was pointed out by Hestinus, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, in 2012, and by Eric Mazur, as a physics teacher at Harvard, suggested that they taught an entire physics class, an entire intro physics class. And on the final, they asked a very basic question. Does a light object fall faster or slower than a heavier object? And believe it or not, after an entire term of physics lectures, the students suggested that the heavier object would fall faster. They hadn't really learned much. Now, in the past 10 years, the world has changed a lot, but the college classroom hasn't. Even when we went remote and we had to all kind of relearn what we were doing in teaching, there was an analysis in 2018 of 2,000 classes in science, math, technology at a range of colleges and universities. And they found out it was all pretty conventional lecturing. And in fact, that's what we did when we moved remote last year. So part of the problem, you see, is that we're giving students the data without linking it in a way that gives them meaning, or what we might call deeper learning. We've got all the dots here, and we sometimes turn it into information, but we're not roping it into knowledge. And if we're really lucky, we'll get students to have an insight, or better yet, wisdom, and better yet, know the difference in myths and real psychological findings. We know what works. Data suggests that what we really need to do is to help students connect the dots through active learning. But how do we do that? Well, the way we do it is by first thinking about what counts as success. The traditional answer to success is really that we want the kids to learn the key studies in our field. We want them to do well on our tests. And at the end of the day, aren't we just the happiest if they become psychologists just like we are? Is that really what we want? Or the 21st century way to define success might be to use psychology as a way to help students think more critically, to ask good questions, to write and speak well, to think creatively, and to do science, not to learn about science. Think about that. To do science, not just to learn about science. So the question for all of us, I think, is what do we choose? Do we want to choose to teach in a way that spouts information to passive actors? Or do we want them to at least connect the dots in a kind of narrative, as Jerry Bruner always used to talk about it? Let's move to how we could possibly do that. In our latest work, we're asking how to rethink success in college education. It's a pedagogical approach that helps to teach kids in the way humans learn, and therefore breeds 21st century success of doing science, not just learning about it. And we call that method playful learning, that embodies a pedagogy that supports a lot of characteristics on which there is fair amount of consensus in the scientific literature. One, we want students to have active, minds-on learning, not just passive learning. That is, if they're sitting in the room doing their text, they aren't doing anything that's going to help them learn the information. It should be engaging rather than distracting. What I mean by that is if we throw in a lot of examples that don't keep our narrative on task, if we are not telling a story, they won't remember it as engaging. They'll go off into the spirals that come out of the core. Meaningful. It's something that has to connect and be meaningful to them, not just to you. You've read this stuff already. What's a hot topic? What's something they are worried about? And we've got to get them worried about ideas, not just about grades. It should be social, something where they work in groups, but work in groups meaningfully. A lot of our group activities, gosh, you've been in them. What we do is we create groups and one person does all the work and the other one just comes along for the ride. Not good enough. How do we really create groups that work? To make it iterative, so that we're giving different perspectives on the same content that we're teaching, and that's joyful. Why shouldn't a class be fun to attend? Well, by God, it should be fun to attend. And we call those characteristics in the aggregate playful learning. Now, there's a considerable consensus on these characteristics and a rich literature to support that these are the how of children and how children learn. Well, that's kind of interesting. Let's see if we could then move on to understanding what children should learn. And we think that what our students need to learn is a breadth of skills, not just mastery in psychology, in memorizing those experiments, but we should be teaching in our college classrooms the kinds of skills that they can use in any classroom that they attend, and certainly in their other psych classes. One, collaboration. Our students will need to learn how to work together, because today, every project I'm on, and I suspect you are on, is team science. We always work with collaborators, many from other universities. Communication. You can't get through our field if you don't know how to lead a good discussion and you don't know how to write critically in a scientific way. 3, content. Yeah, they need to learn the psychological content, but they also need to learn how to go to a library and dig out what they need, what information is relevant and what information isn't relevant. Critical thinking. How do you bring the evidence to bear? Creative innovation. How do you have perspective and vision so that you can own an idea, not just spout what someone else's idea is? And finally, confidence. Our students often lack the confidence and therefore lack the grit and the motivation to come up with something themselves. One thing beautiful about psychology and the social sciences in general is that our students, you actually can make a contribution. Now, each level of this model is evidence-based. It all comes from the science of psychology. And it's systemic in that each level builds on the other. You can't have communication if you don't have collaboration. You can't have content if you don't have strong communication skills. You can't have critical thinking or creative innovation if you don't have enough content. And you certainly won't have confidence if you're not creative and a critical thinking. Well, I shouldn't say that. We do have some students who have a false sense of confidence, but let's put them aside for a moment. Each of these skills is malleable. Each of these skills is measurable, adaptable across a wide range of contexts. And what I love about them is that they're culturally responsive and inclusive. So let's look at them. We dream of collaboration, again, all from our literature, as those people, you may be one of them, who goes on your own and works only on your own. Then there are the people who work side by side and you kind of look to see what they're doing, but you don't interact with them. Most of us are in the back and forth level, right? We write a draft, then we send it to our collaborator and they comment on the draft. They send it back and then you write more of the draft. But what we don't often do is build it together. Imagine a classroom where we actually built ideas together. Communication, from raw emotion to telling a joint story. Content, to learning things where we have early learning that's situation specific, to wide learning that's shallow understanding, to making those connections to what we would call expertise. Critical thinking is a biggie here. Often it's seeing as believing. I often give 2 texts in my class, 2 texts that disagree. And the students say to me, oh, what are we supposed to do? These texts disagree. You gave us 2 papers that don't say the same thing. And I went, yes, that was by design. They said, why would you do that? What's true? They have to know it's not just the truths differ, it's not opinion, there's evidence to bear. And you need to have a thesis and bring the evidence to bear. That's what a good essay question does. Creative innovation. Where do you experiment with these different perspectives and come up with your own voice, your own way of speaking about the data, your understanding of pulling the information together? And how do we give our students confidence? Not to just barrel on and get the A, not to evaluate themselves in the context of others in the class, but to take calculated risks in giving their opinions and in daring to fail. There's considerable evidence that supports each of these 21st century skills. And what I like about them is that it doesn't pull grit out and say, now we will talk about grit. Now we will talk about critical thinking. It talks about a collective way for you to think about your classes with the evidence to bear. Well, what does this have to do with college teaching? We are currently applying in our classrooms playful learning, the how, and 6 C's to every class that I design, every syllabus that I write. The model uses the best consensus findings from the science of learning and has allowed me to use active engaged learning that goes beyond the lecture. So let's look at what I'm doing. This is where you have the, oh my God, she's teaching methods. Actually, can you ever make a methods class interesting? Now, this is a hard charge, let me tell you. It's much more interesting for me to make developmental psychology, cognitive psychology, educational psychology, the science of learning, interesting. But methods and statistics, where you have to cover measurement, experimental research, survey research, quasi-designs, inferential statistics. How in the world could you do it? Well, the first thing that I did is I committed myself to doing an overhaul in the class. What in my class, in my syllabus, allows things to be active, engaging, meaningful, socially interactive, iterative, and fun? And what am I looking for in my students? Am I giving them an opportunity in my syllabi to build it together? Or am I only giving them an opportunity to do it on their own? Am I allowing them to think about problems by telling a joint story? What about content? Am I just looking for their shallow understanding that they'll forget? Or for something that's sticky and transferable? What about critical thinking? Am I giving them any assignments, oral or written, that has them bring the evidence to bear on a position they want to take? Creative innovation. Can they come up with a new idea to take the field forward? What's the next question? And the confidence to actually give it a try. Well, for the how, we employed active learning by having one class that gives them what we need to give them. And then we moved to discussion posts, primary reading, and group learning. So in the Tuesday class, I give the basic lecture, but on the Thursday class, I actually come up with a theme. And they get to see how the methods work in action within the context of a theme. Well, that's engaged learning because the students help me pick the theme and they say, wow, we're really interested in. In fact, I polled the class the year before and say, would this be a cool topic? And then the next year I use that topic. It can be race and stereotypes, meditation, the computerized you, the psychology of politics, the psychology of education. And we used each of these themes and carried it through the entire school year. Well, then it's meaningful, not just engaging, but it's theme-based. And that theme is usually something that relates to something going on around them. For example, After George Floyd was killed, we did race and stereotypes. In the midterm elections, we did the psychology of politics. How about socially interactive? I have my students work in groups. They have to lead the discussions on the Thursday class. And even when they study for our exams, they study in groups. I'm happy to put those groups together, or they can work with friends. It's iterative. We stay on the theme, and each class takes a slice that illustrates a particular point or topic in methods. And it's joyful. The students tell me they love this class, and they're embracing the challenge of working together. Oh, it's harder, but they love it. For the what? How do we build in what can be a new report card for our students? Well, believe it or not, I start each class by giving this report card to the students. And I say, hey, where are you? Give us a sense of whether you think you're a build it together person. Are you a tell a joint story person? How about wide breadth, shallow understanding? Where do you stand? And by the way, where do I stand as the person who's designing the syllabus? And I let them work in teams. I give out the questions for my test before the test, but I give 12 of them when there's only going to be 3 or 4 on the test. The students work hard and they work together to come up with answers. Then they have to write their own individual answers for the test, their oral and written assignments. That way I'm building communication. For content, all the topics are covered as part of both lecture and theme. For critical thinking, there's essays and oral argument, and they get the opportunity to write and rewrite until they can bring the evidence to bear in a way that works for the science. Creative innovation, offer contrasting texts, force the students to shape their own point of view. And confidence. Our classes need to be safe places where students can't fail. They can only build and learn from getting it wrong. Then I give them back the same report card at the end of the term. Hey, do you think you grew? Where did you grow? Tell me. I'll tell you what I'm seeing. You tell me what you're seeing. So what are the barriers to doing this kind of work in our classes? Well, for the teacher, it's like, how do I cover everything that I need to cover? And we can also ask the question of, could it scale to any professor? Well, we're looking at this right now in elementary school teachers, and guess what? It's scaling perfectly. So I have faith that as college teachers, we can use our psychology to teach psychology. How about for the students? I have to tell you, deep learning is really hard for students, really hard. Believe it or not, they've spent their entire high school and a lot of college career doing shallow learning. We can do this. And we help them see what the advantages are. By gosh, when they do, when they finally understand it, they have a wow experience. And I de-emphasize grades and say, you will get the grade if you learn how to think this way. And in fact, they do. The results from our class in spring of 2021, well, their collaboration went up. The students thought their communication went up, their content, their critical thinking, their creative innovation, and their confidence. And they wished that the whole college had used my report card instead of using the A's, B's, and C's that they normally get. What about retention, transfer, and joy? Here's some of the things that they said when we did our qualitative analyses. I never attended this course in person, right, because we were stuck on going remote, but I nevertheless found it easy to connect with my classmates. Imagine that. We created a community even on Zoom. I'm satisfied with the way the course was taught, and I think it has improved me as a student. The skills I've learned extend beyond psychology courses into other fields of interest. Honors, it's an honors class, has been one of the best and most rewarding experiences I've ever had. In my opinion, it's made it so impactful that the class feels like a family. You're getting that same sense. We rely on each other. It has helped me personally and professionally. So let's go to your turn. Bring the 6 C's to your classroom. And first ask, who are you? Are you the professor who looks at himself or herself as a director? I am getting the students to produce work. Focus on activities both old and new, and focus on production processes and processes that work. You're thinking of it as product. You, the teacher, impart your lesson to a passive class and hope the products are good at the end. Guides. Maybe you could be a guide instead who assumes responsibility for student learning, but really you want to get them to process their content, to look for real understanding and deep learning. Or maybe you're a coach. You're responsible, but turn more and more of the learning over to the students. Urge them to find the meaning in the material, to relate it to their own lives, and question what they are learning. So how do you do this in your class? Step 1, bring out the grids. Step 2, what are you teaching? And how can you shift your teaching or your assignments on your syllabus? For example, you're teaching developmental psych. You're going to include that class on parenting. And if you do, you're going to include Baumrind, right? You got to talk about authoritarian and permissive parenting. Well, okay, bring in Tiger Mom. Beautiful work by Amy Chua. And you could take that Tiger Mother and promote an activity and engagement. Work in groups to think about, all right, what would Baumrind predict about this passage that you chose? When they work in groups, it's collaborative. They're communicating. They can write a reflective piece. They're learning more of the content because they're understanding it better, and they're getting critical thinking. How about finding in meaning and relevance? Offer quotes, ask for reactions from students, reflection pieces. How were you raised? Takes us again to the 6 C's. Make it culturally inclusive. Are there cross-cultural differences? Is that what we're really finding in Amy Chua's work? What other literature is out there to support or not support it? Projection to the parent that you want to be. Teaching adolescents? Fine. Connect to current events and explore juvenile justice. Principle 1, promote activity and engagement. Focus on brain development and peer pressure. There's a lot of great stuff out there now. Focus on the development of moral capabilities. Pair up to discuss the implications. What does it mean to have a socially dominant brain, such that when you're with your friends, you're going to do stuff that's a lot more risky? And knowing that, what should the criminal justice system do? Finding meaning and link it. YouTube, for key legal cases like the 14-year-old in Garland, Texas. Have them watch it, not in the class, but outside of class. So they bring that information to the classroom while you discuss it. Debate whether adolescents should go to prison. You heard about the 14-year-old in Garland, Texas. What's going to happen here? Principle 3, make it culturally inclusive. Is adolescence the same across cultures? Same across period? When did G. Stanley Hall actually invent what we think of now as adolescence? And we could go on to ask about cognition. Well, gosh, everybody cares about the impact of digital technology on memory and attention. Promote activity and engagement. Focus on a random assignment, studies, and research by discussing. What do we know by texting and driving? What do we know about remote learning? Find meaning. Okay, how many of you in this class really think you're super taskers? How many of you out there think you're super taskers? Only 2% of super taskers. So please put the texting away when you're driving, doing your own informal study, restaurants, stores, and cafes. Bring in the class. I sent my classroom out there. And I said, what are you seeing? They found people standing in line, getting their Starbucks. They find that standing in line, by gosh, everybody's on the Principle 3, culturally inclusive. Speak to cultural factors. What about the divide? Do remote learning in schools if people don't have access? And then teaching, spruce it up. I mean, most texts start with where the perception and the senses, the eye and the ear, the cool stuff to students, end of the social psychology, clinical psychology. Maybe we can find relevant articles for student and reflection on topics that they care about and start our course, not the way the text, mixed up. It doesn't have to be just as it's handed to you. You can flip the classroom and make smaller questions. You can introduce a hot topic on some, modify it for big classes. As on peer instruction. He says about students in their own learning during lecture and focuses their life, but they do it at home. And then they come in and they discuss it. With a flipped classroom, do in lectures before class. Or for smaller classes, encourage more discussion through open-ended questions. Encourage and discuss minds-on learning, joint projects by studying together, running discussion groups of 3 or 4, discussions based on YouTube, a movie, or a TED Talk. In sum, you see, we can use the lessons from psychology to teach psychology. And at NITOP, this is our goal. Our goal is to be better teachers. Our goal is to let psychology live, to jump out of the textbook, to jump out of the classroom. In fact, we're even using these same principles of playful learning and the 6 C's to go into classrooms in pre-K through 3rd grade in Grand Rapids, Michigan, in Philly, in New Hampshire, and even in Japan, where it's all working so beautifully for the students. We've decided to go out and use those grids in community settings. What you see here in the picture is that we actually transformed a bus stop in Philadelphia. And in the bus stop, that kid is creating a story by jumping on various spaces that have icons that allow them to link the stories together in different ways. We've been in libraries, we've been in parks. In digital formats, we'll be able to create apps that do this, and to even imagine what it might look like for the metaverse. Imagine what you can do in your own classrooms. So let's teach in the way that human brains learn. It's time to scale it up for college teaching. And you guys are the ones who are going to be able to do it and to let me know how it works. It's a bold experiment, but gosh, it sure beats the college lecture. Let me thank Elias Blinkoff, who's a graduate student of mine, who's part of this work, Roberta Golenkoff, who I've worked with forever, and invite your comments and perspectives. Could you use this for your class? Thanks so much for listening, and I look forward to your comments. Any questions that you guys have? Thoughts?
Thanks, Kathy. We'll take questions. Is there a question, Ken, from Slack? Anyone else have a question? Raise your hand, and we can get a microphone to you.
We'll take one from the room first.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Okay, this is a question from our Slack channel. I'm struggling to reconcile the idea of moving all students towards a level 4 on each of the 6 C's with the aims of inclusive, equity-focused, universally accessible teaching, which typically expects and celebrates different starting and ending points for students. For example, is building together a more desirable aim than on my own or side by side for every student? Is building together always right for the autistic student or for the Black student in a mostly white classroom? In short, can you speak on the possible limitations of focusing on moving all students towards a single set of teacher-determined learning outcomes?
Yeah, I sure can. And thank you very much for that question. It's a great question. What I have found is that in many of our classes, our students don't feel safe to work across diversity. That's our job. That's something we have to change. And if we create a safe space, then I think you'll find that people are quite excited about sharing perspectives and working together in groups to come up with the best possible solutions. Look, we know from our own work in the field, whether it's Vygotsky or whatever, that we can create a zone of proximal development. And that if we do create that zone of proximal development and we work together, it's just a stronger project and a stronger product. So what we're trying to work toward are inclusive, safe spaces where everyone can truly have a voice in creating what is built at the other end. I want to borrow from a wonderful book by a rabbi called Jonathan Sacks. He was the main rabbi in England. And I just love this. It's called The Home That We Build Together. And I want you to think about this for a moment. He says that in many cases, what we do when we think about culturally inclusivity, we say, oh, we invite people to be guests in our home. That's not good enough, because there's still a power dimension there where there's somebody who owns the guest house and somebody who's invited into the guest house. Not okay. Second model he offers us is the motel or the hotel model. The hotel model or motel model is there's a lot of rooms here, anybody can come. Okay, so people come, they each have their own separate room, they each do their own separate thing, and they leave and go as they please. But they don't interact. The third model is that when you craft it together, you get a more inclusive product at the end because you've built the home everybody wants to live in. I think that's our goal. And I will tell you that, and I'm happy to take questions on this too, I have changed my whole scientific approach. And this is in my research. I now co-design my science as community science. And I have learned a tremendous amount by doing that. What I'm not talking about is the way generally people talk about community-based participatory research, which is go in the community and ask a few questions. I'm saying we sit down at the table together, you tell me what your values are, and together we design the experiment. If we are ever going to get out of weird psychology, I honest to God think that's what we have to do. But I welcome all of your comments because honestly, we're going to have to do this together if it's going to work. So thanks for your question, and I hope I answered it.
We have another question in just a minute here.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I find it quite refreshing and inspiring. I wanted to offer a thought for your consideration because I'd love to hear what comes up for you, particularly in your last commentary about the shifting of what we mean by community involvement. I'm wondering if we might want to critically consider let go of the word safe, because it comes with so much complexity, and the realities are that sometimes it is in discomfort that growth comes. So I wonder if we might want to adopt more of an idea of a trusting space where people really can get into these critically deep conversations that may mean that it's hard to say something and hard to hear something that still needs to be heard, but it may be a little bit hurtful too. But the hurt is not what's stopping us. So I just wanted to see what you're thinking, what you think about that shifting from the idea of safe to trusting, because we can't guarantee people's psychological, emotional safety, if you will.
Yeah, well, thank you. You know, that does take a lot of work, especially in a system that, and I only heard part of your question, so please make sure I get all of it. Especially in a system that's not prepared to do that. Universities are kind of odd places, right? They're built on power dynamics, and they're built on grading systems. So the students come in wanting to know what they need to do to get the A, right? And they're not used to a class that's built on trust and on interaction. By the way, they're not even built on classes where there's a lot of discussion, where there's a lot of open-ended questions. So as a professor, I think the first thing we have to start doing is weeing instead of eyeing, okay? And what I mean by that is when we view ourselves as the learners in the classroom, and recognize that we have as much to learn from our students, and I mean that seriously, as they do to learn from us, I think we're halfway there. Okay? Then the next thing is to mean it, to create a safe space and to mean it, that every person's opinion counts. And that when discussion happens, this is going to happen more in for smaller classes. When discussion happens, everybody is heard and reinforced for what they contribute. And as you start doing that and you reinforce it, and you as the professor build on what somebody else said, what you're going to find is that the other students start doing it too. They start modeling it. They say, oh yeah, as Jerry said, or building on what Jerry said, you are actually giving them the way to do it. And you're constantly asking them for feedback. Do you know that I spend a little bit of time at the beginning of a lot of classes saying, where are you? How are you feeling? Was this a good assignment for you? Did you feel like you got it? And they feel safer with me because I ask those questions and care about that. You know, even during COVID, we must have taken during COVID, we're in COVID, right? But we took the first 3-4 minutes of class and I would just say to them, are you okay? You know, how are you feeling? Where are you at today? I know a lot of your students a lot of your parents are essential workers. Are they okay? You know, Temple University is a very, very diverse school, stuck in the middle of the most diverse city, right? And one of the poorest cities in the United States, poorest inner cities in the United States. We had a lot of students who had people who were working in grocery stores and working in hospitals who couldn't not work during the pandemic. Let them know you care, because you do care. And we have to let them know that that's part of the relationship. So it's about relationship building. And with relationship building comes trust. I hope that answered your question.
It's a good start. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Ken, another question from Slack.
I've got a comment from Slack and a question from Slack. Yeah. The comment is, your talk was amazing. Now I need a hands-on workshop to redo all my classes. And then the question, given that we all still teach and live in a world where we have to satisfy our accreditors with assessments, how do you assess and report your measures of student learning?
Well, the first important thing to let you know is that the students do better in the standard measures. All right, that's a blowout, okay? But think about it as the science of learning, right? Think about it. Of course, if you're a better communicator and you're better able to read material, you're going to learn better. Duh. Of course, if you learn the content better and you've helped me be a better critical thinker, you're going to have better essay questions, and you're going to do better in well-designed multiple guess tests, right? So no shock there. Everybody's going to do better. The second thing is your students love the classes more. So if you're worried about evaluations, let me tell you, like they tell me that they actually spend more hours on my class than they do in other classes. That is, the number of hours they spend relative, because we get these things at the end of each semester, is higher than it is for other classes, yet they tell me that they love it more. We get almost perfect ratings. So everybody's pretty happy with that. Then let me give you the pièce de résistance, which is, I just heard this morning, one of my students just got an interview. No, she just got accepted by Columbia University. Another wrote me yesterday that she has interviews all over the country for developmental psych. Another one told me, oh my God, I think I'm getting into stats. He has all these interviews all over the country because he wants to go on. Well, darn it, that's success. And that's the kind of success you're going to see. Let me add one other thing here. And when they learn to write critically, and you say, I'm here for you, they write me and they say, hey, because my students don't have parents who've ever gone to grad school, right? They're first-time college students. So when they call me and they say, hey, would you look over my essay for graduate school? You bet I will, okay? And they've learned some of the techniques, but they know they can trust me to ask that question. And they know I'll be there for them. And they know that I care enough that they're now sending me emails every day telling me where their interviews are. That's what I consider success in a college classroom.
Thank you.
Thank you, a very enjoyable talk. I teach in a similar kind of institution. I'm just wondering about the problem of scale here.
Yeah, that's a big problem.
It sounds like, it looked like maybe it was an honors class that you were teaching, and will this work, and for how many people, and at what cost? That's something that people will probably need to know about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Well, what I have found in general is that if you create relevance for students, especially now, students are very into what's relevant. And they're very into something that they can take home and discuss at the dinner table. So I think the job for all of us is to think about how our work and our field is relevant to the students. I want to give you one other example of non-honor students. I was teaching an undergraduate class. I can't tell you that I wanted to teach this class because they dumped me with statistics when I was a young professor. And honestly, I thought I was going to die, okay? I couldn't imagine anything more boring than teaching statistics. Sorry for those of you who teach statistics, but like the students come into the class ready to hate it. So what I did is I found examples of statistical use in classes in real life, real life circumstances. Like where are they using statistics to figure out whether we should pass the Build Back Better bill? What do we know about the psychology of early learning? And how would we use that to talk about t-tests or statistical analyses, okay? What do we know about remote learning? You can find something out there that will teach each technique. I think for binomials, what I did is I looked at court cases where they had not put enough people of color on the juries. And I said, come on, guys, what do we expect? Well, here's the study. Let's do it. Or studies that go up to the Supreme Court, where they're looking for discrimination. So the first answer to your question is, doesn't have to be an honors class. If we have relevance, our students will be more active and engaged in it. They will care more because it's meaningful. Now, the second question is a harder question to ask. And that's the question I'm going to ask by raise of hands to all of you who are there. How many of you think you could actually use the grids to spruce up your classes? Anyone after hearing about it? Anyone there think it's possible? Okay, so I'm seeing about, what about 30% of you think you could actually use it? So let me ask the question, why, those of you who don't think you could use it, can you tell me why you don't think it could scale to your classroom? Somebody who didn't raise their hand willing to speak? I promise it's a safe place to speak. Anybody? Nobody's willing to tell me? Come on, there were a lot of you who said, oh, I'll never be able to use this. Okay, tell me why. I'm retired. Oh, well, that's a good reason. That one wins. Emeritus wins. Anybody else willing to tell me?
There was something related to this that's coming in from Slack, and it was a concern about getting students engaged because students aren't necessarily prepping for the course, and they always get the same 5 students who are prepared, and their discussions sort of fall flat. So that's one of the concerns that came in through Slack. And then one more, the reason why some people, so this person saying that NITOP is full of rock star teachers who are already using awesome stuff. So that was.
Okay, have an answer for that one at least. So we use 2 techniques in my class. to prevent that. Maybe, yeah, 3 techniques, I guess. The first technique is that I have discussion posts. So everybody has to contribute to discussion posts before we actually have the discussion topic on a particular issue, okay? Secondly, we use something that I don't know if you're familiar with called perusal. And perusal's great because it allows you to actually put those questions into the article while you are reading the article. And the students tend to love that. And that gives me a sense of where the students are at. I can then look over that the night before, and I get a sense of what the students are thinking about and caring about as they read the stuff. That next day then, I know everybody's already thought about it and contributed, which is the biggest, by the way, the biggest hurdle you face is that a lot of students haven't done the work, right? But if they all have to contribute to a discussion post, that goes away a little bit, and you get a chance to say, they actually had to read this thing and they had to go on record as having read this thing. Then, you know, you can call on students and you say, okay, you look like you have a great idea, and pick them out and get the idea, even if you can only take 2 or 3, because otherwise you're quite right. All you get are the students who are the smartest ones who always raise their hands. And there's always 4 or 5 of them, and the other ones just say nothing. So you don't want that kind of dominance. Remember, that makes it an unsafe space, right? Because only the blabbers blab. So it's your job to make a safe space where everyone feels that they can contribute and be heard. Now, the next point about scaling is a biggie. And that is, you have to believe you can do this. Part of that's going to be in your syllabus design, all right? You have to figure out for the size of your class, what can I put in here? Sometimes it's just going to be doing that discussion post, having the people talk to each other offline, doing a flipped classroom if indeed you have a large class. And if you have a small class, it may be that you have group-based discussions. Okay? So you'll have to figure out for your class, what are the relevant topics? How do I make them more active and engaging in the way that they do it? Discussion post perusal. Maybe it's even post-it notes. Maybe it's quizzes in your class. Who knows? And how do I spark this so that I can be the coach instead of being the director? I hope that answered your question. You know, one of the questions I always get that I think is like the question was just asked is this a matter of personality? I think in part it is, but I think the other part is it's a matter of how we view our jobs and how we think of ourselves as director or coach. Did that answer the question okay?
I think so. So thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause to Dr. Hirsch-Passer.
Thanks all. Please let me know if you use it. I would love to hear about it. All right. Thanks, everybody. Bye.
Thank you. All right. So now, next on the agenda is lunch. So I'll see you over in the pavilion.
Thank you.
So they changed it. First person is Steve, second person is remote, and then there's two more computers after this. So we just have that. Steve is here. So Steve's gonna have a computer. So when Steve is done, you need to disconnect. No, this is no touch. Disconnect Steve's computer, jump over to the next one, and then so on. All right. But you during the test, so during the remote, you'll be able to take Steve's to the next. Oh, okay, gotcha. So when this guy's done going through that, the pressure's on, and you got to do it. So we need to make sure that. You got a picture of that?
There's number, there's dollar.
Okay, so this is one you're gonna be jumping, and then you got to jump the audio. So make sure we get enough table to go over. Uh-oh.
Who's got playing it is? Jeffrey.
Oh, you have to plug that in too.
One is the permanent computers, or we're using
Their computers. I just want to test this.
Okay, so this one I just tested.
So they're going to be here 4 hours. So Steve's computer, he's first. Then we go to remote. Then we go to the next one and the next one.
The remote stays, we don't have to worry about that.
Right.
This is the one that's gonna go from one to the other.
And remember, so you guys need to talk via eye communication or texting, but you can't do it this way. Because you're going to be in front of the person.
Oh, okay.
So you got to do it on the back side. And then here's, you have power. Wow. Hey, you know what? Take this, Shay. Put that in the middle. So this way you have.
So we need to test each one of their laptops.
Yeah, and some have video, so we can actually plug it in, audio, run it, test, and boom.
Do I need an audio from me?
You need to transfer audio all the way across.
Audio for this one?
If this is the audio, so unless you run another one. No. So
Yeah,
whoever
I'm
has
just saying, I need to keep the audio to here.
unless Steve needs it first.
Yeah, okay.
If he doesn't, we don't. You can leave it.
But this doesn't need audio at all, no?
Yeah, because that's the person.
Okay, gotcha.
My advice is just to move the audio and the video all the way across.
No problem.
I think you get out of here before the original test, right?
Yeah.
Clear?
Easy? So the two things that we have to transition are audio and video. And then we just need to make sure that each one works.
So if Steve doesn't have audio, we can leave it in the remote.
Just pull this over here, just so that this one out. Oh, this one.
between 3:15 and 3:30 for them to do the, change the wall.
Yeah, I thought it said 15 minutes, so.
Yeah, I can get more than that.
I put the other wall.
Hold on, that's a no need to be.
That's somebody's gonna be on that. Let Jeffrey doing that.
At-
I think that's, because I asked about the audio, and said, yeah.
This is over.
Isn't this the one so the person that's strength can see the audience or whatever?
No, that one is, Zoom. So this Zoom is over. We can move on to the next Zoom,
Yeah.
which is at 3.
Patrick, nobody's gonna be here doing a demo, right?
Yeah,
He said, yeah, somebody's gonna
we
be
got a
here.
remote speaker for the demo.
The remote speaker.
We have one remote speaker at 2 o'clock in here.
Do I have a Zoom for that one?
That's the one that you sent to that woman on the business card. Her name is Dina, I think, Dina? And then there's that one you might miss. Business card one, like that. See, that's what I was telling him. Rebecca. Take care of all the
So M. Williams is at 2.
She's at 2 o'clock. It's called demo, and then
Last week when you was hungry, they couldn't feed you now.
I'm gonna review Friday morning. Sleep.
Do not disturb.
I'm getting out, watering the dogs. Bed. No.
Uno, dos, tres, probando. Uno, dos, tres, probando. Uno, dos, tres, probando. Paloma.
speaker are you?
I'm 4.
Okay, you'll be a fourth speaker. So just hook you to this thingy.
Chilly in here.
No.
Of course, if I had on like sleeves, it might be easier. Oh, do you need me to do something for you?
I need your dongle. Do you have a dongle?
I don't have a dongle.
You don't?
I don't. I'm dongleless. They told me, I said I have a Mac, and they said that was
Yeah, we have one. I'm just
fine.
making sure if you had one or not. Okay.
No dongle on me.
Let me go. Let me do.
Hi there.
Looks like that's the old one, right?
Old style.
Let me go look in the, that's the block, right?
It's the little block, yeah.
That's the new one.
That's a new one?
Yeah, over there, that's the new one.
Well, what Patrick do with the old dongle?
They're probably in the bag over here.
Sorry, let me check.
Oh, you take your time. I'm just looking at my stuff, so. Uh-oh.
I think what he's just trying to do is just make sure that it converts over to our
Right.
projector. Right, so give him 1 moment to come back.
Sure. I am in no hurry, so.
I found the dongle. You wanna come back and, yeah, you wanna come back and test it? All right. This is, I got this one up. Right back.
Oh, Lord.
All of ours is VGA, that's it.
Yes, I know, man, if I would just get rid of this, 'cause nobody does VGA anymore.
She doesn't have that sound.
Does that, okay, so there's the dongle. If you wanna connect it, I'll go and switch over the, where's that one?
There we go. Okay. Presentation up yet? No, I was saying on here.
Yeah, it's up. It's ready to go.
Okay, so I'm gonna make sure that it doesn't mess up. Sometimes when you have it open and we plug it in, it messes it up.
So that's what, is that?
That's
Yep,
it. Oh, cool. Let me just, if I can just see, I'm just gonna test the limits of my clicker thing.
Okay. Also, right here, ma'am.
Oh, my goodness, what a nice thing that is. Yeah, that keeps me from craning my neck. And we're gonna have a lav, so we don't have to worry about test one thing. Huh. So why is it's hanging off the screen on my computer too. It doesn't matter. I mean, I can say what it says over there. It's not a huge deal, but it's
I
just
think
like
it's just,
stretched.
settings. Going into the settings.
Clear the picture up.
Yeah, so stuff is hanging off the
Just keep an eye on
sides.
this and let me know.
I'll go back to you. The one you said was hanging off to the side.
No, I gotta go into the settings. too.
Yeah.
Because when I've looked at it in the past, it didn't do that.
It depends on our projector, if our projector is.
Got it. Hey there.
We use an IOP.
Take that out.
And I'm just pulling mine up from a website, so if I need to use someone else's computer, I can easily do that. Nothing special about mine.
You want to save the changes made. Changes. Trying to get to the which page. Slideshow. Start.
Can I run through?
Still cutting them off.
Oh my goodness, wait, what is going on here? This was, just a sec, I think this is, hang on. Oh, I'm not in PowerPoint is the problem. I was thinking, this is not my presentation. I'm not running it from PowerPoint, I'm running it from, yeah.
Oh, that's go behind that one probably.
Why is,
Exit, and I pick PowerPoint. Where's the PowerPoint? Now exit quick.
yeah, okay.
I apologize, I thought we were doing PowerPoint.
It looked like PowerPoint, but it's not.
That one right there behind all that. That's it, all that, there you go.
Okay, so. Let me just start this over. But it looks like it's fixed. It looks like whatever that problem was is now. So if you got me hooked up. No, I panicked because I thought, that's not my most recent stuff. What's going on?
So if you have a sign in.
are we sitting up here together?
No, we're gonna sit down there. They're just, yeah. Thank goodness.
Oh, exactly, yes. I was looking at me. Okay, everything's working internet-wise with my computers. That's always a good sign.
Oops, delete that one for a second. Oops, where did we go? Oh, it's,
Okay, we're getting coffee. Do you want it?
yeah, please. That'd be great, thank you.
Do you want just full let it, or do you want to try it?
Decaf.
What?
Decaf, black decaf. I wonder why bother. Let me see if this will, oops. Shoe. Sorry.
Were they able to get through?
I'm good.
It takes the email. Well, I'll hook you up. You're the last, probably the last speaker.
I'm 4, yeah. I'm 4.
Yeah, so I think you should see it on there.
Your third. Look, I see something. Keep this here for you here.
Oh gosh, what is my battery looking like on this? I hadn't thought about that.
Okay.
Oh, there she is. Hi, Dina.
No sound.
Hello.
No video, actually.
So just so you know, everybody can hear ya, so don't say anything embarrassing.
Well, you could say some things embarrassing.
Okay, you look great. I wonder if you could, actually, Lachey might, you want to see if you can get up here?
Is this the microphone? No, that's it. No, well,
And then you might want to see if you can share your screen with us.
Yeah, for sure. Slide presentation.
Yeah, oh, good. Now you're showing, now you are in the big jumbotron in the whole box.
Oh, you look great. Oh wow, I can see that in your computer.
It's great to see you.
You too. Okay.
Share your slides with us just to make sure it's working.
Yep. Sometimes my thing goes away. Okay, share screen, desktop 2, share sound.
That looks good.
Great.
All right.
Okay. Oh, yours is way over here, huh?
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. That is, oh.
Check 1 2 mic check.
Just got a lot of wires
I
running
know,
everywhere.
I know. HDMI, I think, is in the back.
When you said the back, I wasn't expecting the back of that little thing. Yeah, I'm gonna put audio in right now.
So that,
Oh, so she,
who's first?
Steve.
Hello, Ken.
Hey, oh, hey, good to see you.
Yeah, same here. I wanted to touch base
Oh,
with
yeah,
you.
yeah. I'm setting up for a demo.
Yeah, I
Like,
know.
can-
Yeah.
But maybe
I saw your
after
name.
I'll come and we'll like, I
Mhm.
think this is the first time I've seen you in a while, so.
Yeah,
I'm gonna try not to move 'em.
2 years ago.
Yeah. I love a guy that data collected.
I saw your book over there.
Oh, yes,
I hope
yes.
it's doing well.
No, all I have to
It's
do is
okay.
plug the
Yeah,
whatchamacallit back in, right?
Yeah,
The,
my,
the sound.
Let me connect it with you in
yeah,
just
sure.
a moment. Yeah.
So we're ready to go. Okay. It's just muted.
Great.
Press one time.
Right.
It turns green.
Oops.
And then one time, then just hold it down and turn off.
Great.
But it'll also turn on if you hold it down.
Okay, so be careful with that.
Yeah, if you hold it too long, it's gonna,
Just push. Okay.
yeah, just push, quick push.
Great. Perfect.
There you go.
And then, let's see. Well, I've never done this before.
You can X out of it.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Hey, how about if I catch you?
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
this?
Right afterwards, I'll hang out right in front of the room and I'll
Okay.
come find you.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'll
cool.
catch you.
Okay, great.
Hey, was Josh Roedifer on that with you, or is that was another?
That was another thing. Yeah, I think so. I'll turn off.
Okay, hey, Netza, take the podium.
Great.
Yes.
What do you want to do on podium?
Video?
Okay. And then is camera. Is that what we're seeing?
Yep.
Great. And you want to do a video test?
Yeah, keep going, just to go to your video.
And is there-
And your slides are already,
My slides, all right.
yeah, it's the very next one.
Okay, all right, and then, let me see.
Yeah, go ahead and press it again, and you'll see, they'll look familiar after that. Oh, yeah.
All right, let me, okay, all right. I think we're good.
Great.
All right. And who's someone keeping time?
Bridget, just keeping time.
There you go, yeah.
Okay. And see if you're already mic'd, right? You already have a mic on? Yeah. Great, okay. I think we're set. It's 2 o'clock, and I want to welcome all of you in the room and who are streaming through and streaming into the room to the 2022 NITOP demo. Where you are the audience, as well as the class, as our great instructors show some of their favorite class demonstrations. Some of these are new demonstrations that are ready to use, and others are new versions on some old favorites. Each presenter will have 15 minutes to present, and we have 4 demos for you today, and one of those is remote. We'll also take a little bit of time, maybe a half a minute or so, to reset between demos. And I'll let all of our 4 demo people introduce themselves, except for this next person, who I will introduce, which is our NITOP chair, Stephen Chu. Let's welcome him to.
Thank you, Ken. I'm so thrilled to be here. I'm having a great time. But I'm going to put on my chair mask to begin with. And that is to announce the winner of NITOP. It was Morling's Militia, though Beth assures me she had no influence on that, and with 6 correct answers, so a 60%. Normally, so a D is good enough on NITOP. APA Digital has provided us with prizes of earbuds, so if you're part of Morling's Militia, Carl, Dan, Jason, and Catherine, see me to get your earbuds. And then also, I picked one at random, and that was Nifty Intelligent Teachers of Psychology. And that is Dick, Helen, Kelly, Amy, Sarah, and Bridget. So I don't know if I have enough earbuds, but see me, and I'm happy to give you those prizes. I'll be posting the frequency distribution of scores later on the NITOP Twitter site. Okay, so let's talk about the demonstration I talked about. It's the misinformation effect. It's a classroom demonstration you can use to show eyewitness memory and the misinformation effect. Now, I did this with a couple of students, and the student I'm going to be highlighting today is Winnie Folk, and let me kind of describe how this demonstration kind of came about. A few years ago, Doug Bernstein gave a talk called Rethinking Introductory Psychology. Actually, it was called Bye Bye Intro. Some of you may have been here for that, talking about reshaping introductory psychology to address misconceptions rather than the traditional content-oriented intro psych. And this led to an article that he wrote, which you can see in the left-hand side over there. And then APS decided to create a set of lesson plans around misconceptions. And so Doug recruited people. I think Aaron Harden was part of it. I was part of it, and we each took a couple of misconceptions, and we created a lesson plan around it. Those lesson plans are still there, and I think you may find them valuable if you're not aware of them already. They're on the APS website. They may be a little hard to find, but if you just put in Rethinking Introductory Psychology, you should be able to find them. All right, now I got two of them. The first one was we only use 10% of our brain. And the second one was eyewitness testimony is the most reliable kind of testimony over here on the right-hand side. In creating that, I thought what we really need is a very authentic classroom demonstration of eyewitness memory and the misinformation effect. It is relevant, it is important, it shows the importance of psychology, it fits in perfectly with the integrative themes we've been talking about. So I took a YouTube video of a guy who witnesses a police chase, and then I introduced misleading information, and then I asked about like memory for the original event and to see if the original memory had been altered by the misleading post-event information. The demonstration worked great. We used it for a few years, but the problem was that the YouTube video became private. It was posted by an individual user who never posted their identifying information or contact information, so I could never get permission to download it. So, and being the respecter of intellectual property that I am, I never downloaded it without permission, and darn, wouldn't you know it, it went private, and I had no way of contacting them. So several people had contacted me saying they really wanted this demonstration, so I decided that I should create a new demonstration. So I was teaching directed research, senior research this last year, and I asked if anyone wanted to recreate that demonstration. I had two students who volunteered, Ellis Pitts and Winnie Folk. They both developed a demonstration, and I'm going to focus on Winnie's today for a reason I'll tell you in a minute. Ellis also did hers. Hers is not completely finished. As a matter of fact, she just emailed me today asking about when we're going to finish that. But there's in the end there's going to be two separate demonstrations. So you can do one for general, one for cognitively different demonstrations. But Winnie's is closer to completion, and the reason I like it is because it uses a video from the Atlanta Police Department, and I have permission from them to use it. So I have downloaded that to use. All right, so we're going to go through this, and you just need to have access to a sheet of paper where you can answer 16 yes-no questions and then 20 yes-no questions. It doesn't have to be formal or anything like that. But I'm not going to do you through the exact timing of the demonstration. I'm going to kind of compress it for time here, but it'll give you a sense of what it's like. Just to remind you, the misinformation effect is when memory is distorted by information you learn after the event that's misleading, and it is incorporated into the original event and distorts the original event. So usually you view an event, you introduce misleading posts of information, usually through leading questions, and then you test the accuracy of recall for the original event. All right, so let's get started here. Imagine you're a policeman patrolling a park. When you learn that a wanted suspect is trying to escape through the park, you spot the suspect and give chase, and now you're in that chase, and watch the video below. It's 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Hey, go over by 044 Park, Grant.
Copy. Black male, white male. Hispanic male on a bike. What color is it here?
Hey, let me borrow your bike, man. Let me borrow your bike.
Let's do a copy in around.
Give me a second.
Let me keep my bag.
I got you. Go for it.
Okay.
You just make a left? Went down. Over.
604 receipt. 3613 and 578. Any unit out with 3613 with a visual.
Ryan?
I copy. Branson 3613. Could you show me what 2 black males contain? I'm still at State Park. There's some other units Copy, you have 2 detained, but not the cosmetic male on the bike. I feel like that's 2. Yeah, I have 2 black males contained. We just got one on the roof. That's the Hispanic male on the bike. Copy, 2 black males detained. Hispanic male on the bike, outstanding. Copy, he was running up. See what I got there? Any mobile units on it? I can pick you up on the road?
Hey, I got him inside. He's going on to Paucity Market right now. He's going to Paucity Market.
Copy, going towards Paucity Market. 78 on clothing and bike.
He's going to a yellow bike. He's going to hit Paucity Market.
Copy, Hispanic male on a yellow bike towards Paucity Market.
Radio, he's going towards, stand by. He sees me, stand by. Making a right on Glen Iris, radio. Glen Iris, north of Glen Iris. Make a right on Glen Iris. Going towards PCM. Going to Glen Iris and PCM, radio. Glen Iris and PCM. We got it.
Okay. All right, so here's the first questions, 16 questions, and I'm just going to read them very quickly to you. Did you see the policeman bike over the bridge? Yes or no? Did you notice the green band on the bike handlebars? Did you see the bright blue fire hydrant? Did you see the Chow's restaurant on the corner? Did you see the red balloon stuck in the tree on the path? Did you notice the yellow arrows in slow painted 3 times on the street? Did you see the graffiti on the wall on the left side of the path? Did you see the dog dart across the path in front of the bike? Did you hear the cop yell at the suspect to stop? Did you see the blue mailbox in front of the building steps? Did you see the officer almost fall off the bike? Did you see the man running with the stroller on the path? Did you see the red sports car drive past the policeman on the bike? At the beginning of the chase, did you notice a small child riding the scooter? Did you see the suspect's camo backpack? And did you see the woman give the policeman her bike? Okay, so now we would do about 3 or 4 minutes of filler task, which we're not going to do. You can be a word search or math problems or a word game like this. And then we get to memory for details. And this is the 20-item question. Once again, I'll go through it really quickly for you. Yes, if you recall seeing the item, no, if you did not see them in the video. Graffiti on the fence to the left of the path. The Mister's Car Wash on the left. Southern Dairy sign on the fence. Small child riding a scooter at the beginning of the chase. The Fox 5 News van parked on the street. Chow's restaurant on the corner. Dog running across the path in front of the bike. Camel backpack worn by the suspect. 2 police on the scene when the policeman on the bike arrived. The red balloon stuck in the tree on the path. A homeless man on the sleeping bag on the sidewalk. Policeman on the bike yelled, "Stop," to the suspect. Blue mailbox in front of the building steps. 2 American flags painted on the wall. Man running with the stroller on the path. Ponce City market truck on the street. Orange plastic fencing on the path. Large yellow billboard on the street. A couple walking 3 dogs on the sidewalk. And a green band on the bike handlebars. Okay, so we can divide this into a 2x2 design. Information that was present in the video, which is the left column, and absent in the video, which was just there as lures, and then mentioned in the post of information and not mentioned in the post of information. So we have 4 different kinds of information there. Old items, information that was in the video that was either was or was not mentioned in the post of information, or information that was not in the video that was or was not mentioned in the post of information. So the key is there. And then you can analyze the results looking at the differences in hits, the hit rate between information that was mentioned in the post of information, information that was not. You can look at the difference in the false alarm rate, items that were mentioned in the post of information that were not in the video, and compare that too. So there's 2 different analyses that you can do here. So this will demonstrate what it's like to witness an event and try and remember, and then have your memory possibly distorted. This is in its beta version. I am not completely happy with the way it is, but it's usable at this point. I just want to fine tune it some more. The good news is that Winnie ran it both in person and online as a self-run demonstration. There was no difference there. So it works both in person or online, and the whole thing is here. So you can give it a try. Let me know how it works for you. And then I'm going to introduce some refinements, and I'll announce on Twitter and Facebook when I get the final copy done. Thank you so much.
Any questions? Oh, yes, in the back.
Is shorter. It's about 2 minutes or so.
Oh, just for the streaming people, I want to repeat your question.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the question was, does that have to be the 4-minute video? This is a 4-minute video. The other one is a 2-minute video, but it doesn't have sound. So you can pick the shorter or the longer version of it. And we were worried that 4 minutes actually would be kind of long, especially Winnie was like, no one is going to pay attention. Turns out they were really fascinated by the whole thing. We had no problem with them watching for the 4 minutes. So it was something that we were worried about.
Great, thank you so much. We're just setting up for our next demo, who is remote, and I'll let her introduce herself as soon as we get it all set up.
Hi, all. Can you hear me? So my name is Dina Gohar, and I teach social, clinical, and positive psych, as well as research methods at the University of Michigan. It's currently freezing here, so that's yet another reason I wish I could be with you all at NITOP in person. So please soak in that sunny beach for me. And today I'll be walking you through a demo on how culture can influence subjective well-being. So first, I'd like to start with a rhetorical question and think about how satisfied are you with your life? I'm sure life satisfaction levels are at an all-time high with the pandemic. So as you think about that, what you think about and consider in your judgment of life satisfaction depends partly on your culture, which influences how you see yourself. And to show you this, we're going to do a little demo. If your last name starts with A through K, please use the tiny.cc link NITOP1 or scan the QR code on the right. And please note it is case sensitive, so NITOP in all caps. If your last name starts with L through Z, please use the tiny.cc NITOP2 or scan the QR code on the left. You'll be asked to do a thought listing task. You've got up to 3 minutes to do this, and please list as many things as you can. I would say 5 is like a bare minimum. Cannot see you guys. Looking like most of you are finishing up here, if I can tell. So you should be finishing up this thought listing task. I'm going to go on to the next slide here. So now that you've done this thought listing task, the next thing is to think about what your ideal life might look like. If you go to tiny.cc/NITOP or scan that QR code in the center, you're going to be asked to design your ideal life using the ingredients listed within a budget of 21 life bucks. So you spend life bucks on different options, and your desired level of each option costs you life bucks. So if you want to experience high self-esteem about 50% of the time, you would spend 5 life bucks. And the goal is to create the most satisfying life for you within that budget of 21 life bucks. So please do make sure your numbers add up to 21. It is hard to read the room, so just let me know when you guys are done with this task. Another minute to finish up here. Got about 100 of you participated. Let's see. In the interest of time, I'll be moving on to explaining what this demo entails. So while there's certainly many ways to slice up the world, much of the research on culture and subjective well-being has compared people from individualistic societies like ours, where people regard themselves as separate and distinct from others, to people from more collectivistic cultures, where people usually define themselves in terms of their relationships with others. Individualistic cultures like ours in North America and Western Europe tend to place a greater emphasis on independence and the needs of the individual over the needs of the group as a whole. In sharp contrast, about 2/3 of the world is more collectivist, and they emphasize the needs and the goals of the group as a whole over the needs and desires of each individual. So these are cultures in Asia, Central America, South America, and Africa, all tend to be more collectivistic, including Japan, China, Korea, Taiwan, Venezuela, Guatemala, Indonesia, Ecuador, Argentina, Brazil, and India. And while we not only know the most about individualist versus collectivist cultures, but also how to activate each cultural framework. Since the students in your classroom are likely to be from the same type of society in the classroom, it doesn't really make sense to compare collectivists and individualists, but an analogous concept at the individual level is self-construal. The independent self-construal is much like that of an individualist, where people see themselves as detached from others and independently consisting of unique attributes, whereas those who have a more interdependent view of the self is actually more like a collectivist. They see the self as connected with others and interdependently shaped in combination with social contexts. You were each given, so people's self-construals are related to the culture in which they live, but they can also be temporarily manipulated to be more independent or interdependent. So if your last name begins with A through K, you were asked to think about and list what makes you different from your friends and family. Whereas if your last name started with L through Z, you were asked to think about and list what you have in common with your family and friends. So thinking about which version of these should prime a more interdependent self-view. So to answer this, you can go to pollev.com/dgohar, D-G-O-H-A-R. You can also text dgohar to 37607 with your response. I think this will only accept, I think, the first 40 responses or so, 40 or 50. see, what did you guys think? Seems like the vast majority of you thought that the prompt of thinking about what you have in common with your family and friends would prime a more interdependent self-construal. And you are absolutely correct. So those who were asked to think about what they have in common tend to have more of an interdependent self-construal afterwards, whereas those who are thinking about their uniqueness tend to have more of an independent self-construal. And in case you're curious, I borrowed this self-construal paradigm from Sue, Diener, and Updegraff in 2008 because it's a similar and different prime technique that I think meta-analyses had found to be most effective for manipulating self-construal. And that article is going to be in the resources link that I give you as well if you'd like more information on that. Next, you did a LifeBucks allocation task of designing your ideal life. And this was adapted by, I borrowed this from Napaskolan, Wirtz, and Wee, who did a research on life satisfaction on this in 2013. And what we're really interested in here is what's highlighted in yellow there, of how the mean budget allocated to the feelings item, individual feelings such as happiness, calm, and excitement, compares to the mean budget allocated to the social approval item for the two different self-construal groups. And what normally happens, generally students primed with an independent self-construal tend to allocate more life bucks to their individual feelings of positive affect and relatively less to social approval. Whereas students who are primed with an interdependent self-construal by thinking about commonalities tend to consider social approval more heavily in their judgments of life satisfaction than individual positive feelings. So let's see if we followed that pattern. Going to get the, let's see here. So next slide here. So let's see, did we follow this? You should be able to now see these graphs thanks to Beth Morling, who helped me figure out how to do this instantaneously. And not quite. This is based on, I think, about 100 responses, no, 104 responses total. So we're about equal here. Yeah, I don't know if perhaps not spending quite enough time on that prime, or I don't know what you guys think in terms of why our results didn't quite match up as teachers of psychology. It seems like those of you in the independent different condition didn't really allocate significantly more money to feelings and less money to social approval. But I'm curious what you think, and why do you think that, in terms of discussion questions that I often discuss with students, is why this might happen and why individualistic societies do tend to weigh personal feelings more than social approval. And the really interesting question that I think about is how relying on these different cues, like internal cues versus social information, might affect people's overall levels of subjective well-being as well. Like, is it easier to be happy or satisfied with your life if you judge your happiness or life satisfaction solely based on your internal cues, or if you also take into account external cues? So I will see what you think on that. You should also be able to answer here. It's pollev.com/dgohar. This out of the way, sorry. Don't know why the answers aren't showing up. it looks like the answers are not showing on that screen. So here they are, some of them. I'm not sure why it's not loading. If external, your sense of self is dependent on the situation, so your well-being depends on the situation. If internal, your well-being might be more consistent. That is generally what the research shows. It may be easier to be happier or more satisfied if you rely purely on internal cues, because it's less dependent on others. Internal cues may lead you to be more self-focused and less concerned with others' well-being. I do think that's also true. The pandemic is somewhat highlighting that as well. I think since we are over time here, I will give you the link to these slides and resources such as different research articles, and I'm also going to put the Google Forms in there if you'd like to copy them and try to use that in your classroom. Hopefully the demo is a bit more successful with students. It has worked when I've done it with students generally. And here to answer any questions.
Great. Do we have any questions in the room? There's one person that had a thought on Slack that, well, one person said that they messed it up because they came in late and missed the priming. And so they're...
Sorry, what? I can't hear you.
Oh, one person said that they missed the priming and they're blaming it on themselves for you not getting the results. Another person suggested that there maybe a stronger manipulation might show a greater difference. One example was the Sumerian warrior story that they were suggesting as an example of maybe a stronger prime.
A warrior story, you said?
Yes, and I can send it to you directly.
Interesting.
Great.
I'm not familiar with
Thank you. Thank you so much. One more round of applause.
Oh, thank you.
Can you hear me? Yes. Excellent. All right. Let's see. Where are my slides? Well, I'm hooked up. Let's see. Here we go. Thank you. All right. Well, this will be entertaining, won't it? No, wait a minute. If anybody else has said that, it would have been like, what are you talking about? Of course it'll be entertaining. But just the title, it's like, oh my gosh, here we go. Something. You know, I don't understand what happened. We had a great speaker before lunch, and she had to end her talk. Kathy had to end her talk with, yeah, I got stuck teaching statistics as a young faculty member. And I don't know, these are my colleagues, Ben, Tammy, we teach statistics all the time, and look at us. You can't see my smile under the mask, but it's there. I promise you it's there. We love this stuff. It's fantastic. I think what Kathy was mentioning is what happens when we go into the... Okay. Into the classroom, and we see this. I want to introduce you to two of the top members of the Abilene College class of 2022. I kid you not. Adam and Lauren, they're great. Notice that they're not that enthused at the moment. Look at the empty chairs behind them. Yeah, that's kind of what teaching statistics, I think, for many of us is like. There's a big gap between what we do as teachers and what students experience. So I'm looking for anything to close this gap. I've been trying now for 22 years. Thanks, Beth. Yeah, I haven't gotten very far. You're right. It just feels like this never-ending gap. It's like swimming across a great lake. It doesn't seem that big on the map until you start swimming it. Let's think back to a simpler time. February 24th, 2020. I just finished talking about the independent samples t-test. We introduced the effect size, the Cohen's d. We talked about confidence intervals. A good time was had by all, especially me, because 2 days later I was headed down to New Orleans to SBSB for the conference and to see Elizabeth and Elliot Hammer, if you know them. I'm doing a presentation with Neil Lutsky, one of my professional mentors. I just wanted to go down to New Orleans. In fact, I was so looking forward to going down to New Orleans that day. It was almost as much as I enjoyed coming to NITOP. Like, that's how much I was looking forward to it. So I'm trying to think, in the class on,
You're not coming through on the stream, I'm afraid. So.
I'm not coming through on the stream, so hopefully this will be better. Okay, let me get rid of this because I'm going to, no, that's not good either. Okay. I'm going to stand right here. All right, can people still hear me in the room? Okay, better. Okay. All right, so at the end of class on Monday the 24th, I do the 1-minute little card. What did you not understand? What do you want me to review the next class period? Now I can hear myself really good. And again, you know, a third of them leave it blank. I don't know what that, you don't want that? Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I just want to make sure that, I want to make sure I don't get like shocked or something. That's my main goal here. All right, so I get these cards back and they're like, can you go over Cohen's D again? Of course, I was planning to do that anyway. I had a couple that were really interesting. One of the cards asked me, could you please give us more examples of confidence intervals? Okay, yeah. Not really sure they come in many forms, but I can give you some. I got another one, and this one was really interesting. At the time, I thought this kid was out of his mind, but I'm assuming it was a he, I don't know that. Could you please explain how confidence intervals differ from fixed intervals and variable intervals? And I'm like, what the hell? Well, okay, but quote that thought. If you're somebody who's like that, what is this kid thinking about? All right, so I'm trying to think of anything. Like, how can I spruce up confidence intervals? If you're here for central limit theorem, we have to do that, I'm afraid. Meta-analysis, you're going to be very disappointed. I don't have much of that for you today. Now, there's a lot out there in central limit theorem. I was trying to think of what can I do with confidence intervals, but I couldn't think of anything really good to liven it up. But of course, everything goes through central limit theorem. That's why there are so many demonstrations of that already out there. So,
I'm so sorry.
no, this is actually, hi. This is actually, it's relieving a lot of stress, believe it or not. Because now, as a social psychologist, if things go wrong, it ain't my fault, I can tell you that. All right, so you've probably seen some of these demonstrations, and the demonstration we're going to do today, to be honest with you, is pretty straightforward. And it's definitely a work in progress. Much more so, Steve thinks his is a work in progress. No, yours is like at the cusp of greatness compared to what we're doing today. All right, now, there's some assumptions we have to make here. Now, I know when I do these in class, somebody wants to fight me. And just inevitably, it's like, why are you doing it this way? This is just how we're doing this. We're going to do some random sample or some repeated sampling of a population as best we can in this setting. And we're going to generate some numbers. I'm going to show you how to do that here momentarily. The numbers between 1 and 50 are mean differences in a population. Don't ask me which population, it doesn't matter. It's just whatever population we're sampling, that's the mean differences that are available to us. We're using the numbers 1 to 50. Therefore, the population mean, I guarantee you, is 25.5. If somebody, please, would pull out your phone and calculate that, average 1, 2, 3, and so forth through 50, just make me feel at home, because I would have a student doing that right now. So this is what we're going to do, okay? Now, this shouldn't be all that difficult, right? Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to ask for 3 numbers between 1 and 50. We're going to find the mean of those 3 numbers. And my students are like, oh, this isn't going to be so bad. Then we're going to do it again, sampling 10 times, drawing 10 samples from the population. Here comes the good part. You think it's been good so far, it gets even better. Back in November, early November, I had a revelation. This demonstration, it's a work in progress in class where I normally do it with about 12 students in a lab section, about 24, 25 students in the class overall. This is not a lab section of 12 students. If I try to do it that way, it's not going to go well. And it may still not go well, but we know it's not going to go well if I do it the way I normally do it. So I'm like, I talked to a secret helper who's probably not so secret anymore. Help, is there a way that I can salvage this? And she's like, oh, why don't you try this? I'm like, yeah, that would make sense if I taught a large class, which is kind of what I'm doing today. So what we're going to do is we're going to do some repeated sampling in a way that I've never done it before. I've never done a demonstration in class I haven't tried out beforehand. First time for everything. Now what I want you to do is scan this image or go to random.org/integer sets. This is a great website if you do anything with statistics, or even if you just want to kill some time but still feel intellectual. There's so much you can do. Now, what I'm going to do, maybe, should I really try to do this? I could really live to regret this, but let's see if I can get it open here, because this would be fantastic. Okay. No, not fantastic. It's not showing up on the screen. Don't worry about it. I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, what we need to do is generate one set. It says to generate 10 sets when you get to the page. You want to generate just one set of 3 numbers. Between 1 and not 20, but between 1 and 50.
Can you say that again, Drew?
I can say that again. We want to generate one set of numbers. The default is 10. I don't know why. It just is. Generate one set of numbers that has 3 numbers between 1 and 50. And if you scroll down just slightly, you'll say get set or something to that effect, or you can just hit enter after you ask for the number 50, between 1 and 50. And it should pop up 3 numbers. Okay, now this is the part where students really hate me. Find the average of those 3 numbers, just write it down somewhere. And then for those of you who have done that with your 3 numbers and your average of the 3 sample means, do it for 10. So you just have to change the number 3 to the number 10 and generate a set of 10 numbers, and then, yes, find the mean of those 10 numbers. Okay, as you get done calculating your mean of the 10 numbers, if you could just kind of look up at me with a dirty glare, and then I'll know you're kind of, the dirty glare makes me feel at home. Now, for those of you, I'm getting dirty glares from about half of you. For those of you who have done your 2 sample means, what you need to do is go here and then enter them into this Google form. It'll ask you for your mean of 3 and your mean of n equals 10. It'll also ask you if you're remote or in person. I just have to gather data because that's what I do. I'll never use it, but that's okay. Well, no, you could get it. It would make sense, but I think you hit a wrong number. Okay, data are coming in. That's always good. Now, the big question is going to be, can Drew get to the Google Sheet? And you can see it. That's the other, yeah, that's kind of the important part. Okay, we've got 27 people in. I'm going to wait for some more, because I know we got more than that. And by the way, given this is the first time I've done this demo this way, I do have a backup, so if this goes kablooey, I'll show you what should have happened. And Dina's kind of probably rooting against me just because she wants to make sure it's like you guys that are messing it up and not us. Okay, assuming everyone has gotten to, okay, this is actually good. Because what that means is, oh, maybe it's not good. There it is. Oh, look at this. Yeah, we got data coming in. Okay, you know what's really embarrassing? Is when you have to actually read something on a screen and your reading glasses are sitting down there. Excuse me for just a moment. This getting old stuff is just not for me. All right, what do we got here? Data coming in. Data's coming in. Oh, this is great. Okay, that's good. That means we have somebody who messed it up. That's okay. Let's blow this up a little bit. because the raw data is less interesting, although clearly we might need to cleanse it, but that's okay. Now what I've got here is a nice little spreadsheet that I don't know if I can share it with you or download it as an Excel file and send it to you, but it'll calculate the mean for the sample size of 3 and the sample size of 10. And in an ideal world, and this is not happening, well, you'd expect that the N of 3 to be a little bit further away from the population mean of 25.5 than the mean of 10. Okay, yeah. By the way, I think my anonymous helper is no longer anonymous. Thank you, Beth, for your, well, I mean, there she is. She's logged in there. You can see her up there, for crying out loud. It's like, it's really stealthy. I broke into a colleague's office to decorate it for her birthday and left my ID in there, so I locked myself out of my own office. I wonder who did that, you know? Oh, even when I'm trying to be nice, I mess things up. All right.
Is it working now?
That's, oh, I like this. Oh, look at that. 25.48 for the repeated sampling of 10. You all are brilliant. You did a great job, folks. Give yourself a hand. Because we know, as we get closer to the actual, it's amazing. Central limit theorem is one of those things that just sounds horrible to students. And we can talk about, oh, we're down to 2 minutes, does that say? Well, I'm in trouble. Okay, maybe we won't talk about that in a minute, but hopefully we can also look at the histogram. Look at this. With an N of 3, you get gobbledygook. With an N, maybe I shouldn't have said that, because when you go to the N of 10, you get Now that's great. I appreciate that response, because the response I get from my students, or that I would get from my students, is, what did you do? You cheated. You cheated, because that looks like what the book says. All right, so this is great. So we've got, and maybe I should go back up to the actual data here, and the results. So there's our confidence, there's our confidence interval for an N of 3. Oh yeah, we're pretty close here, but boy, it's a lot tighter with that N of 10. Now 25.5 is in both. But again, the tighter confidence interval is going to be around the population mean with a larger sample size. Now what I want to do very quickly, well, hold on before I speak, is, well, okay, whatever I did, I messed something up. Oh no, okay, we're okay. Just talk very briefly from current slide. There we go. All right, look what I just did. All right, I didn't need anybody's help either. For those of us who teach, because I feel a lot of you teach smaller classes like I do, you're welcome to this spreadsheet. I mean, I can send it to you. It seems to work just fine. I survived this. Thank you, Beth. Old-fashioned, take a baseball cap. Put 50 little pieces of paper in it, number them 1 to 50. And then what you can do is just have people draw 3 slips out of the paper, out of the hat, find the average. And what I like about this method is it gives students a sense of control, because they are going to accuse me of cheating using the spreadsheet. They will, I guess, guarantee you, including the better ones. In fact, they're the ones who are most likely to accuse me of cheating. But this way, they actually can do this themselves. Now, okay, what happens when we actually do it this way? Fast forward to the fall of 2021. Here's what happens. This, by the way, for those of you who might not recognize this technology, that's called a chalkboard. It's a technology that I value tremendously. All right, so again, with an N of 3, we put the population mean up there and so forth, just so people know the barrier, the boundary, so to speak. And then you can point out some really interesting stuff here. Now, clearly the difference between 13.3 and 40 is not a confidence interval, but it is an interval. And one of the things that I'm finding is vocabulary is part of the problem here. Again, you can point out some interesting things here. Over here on the right, you've got 4 scores, is it? 4 scores between the population mean and 1 point away. You don't have anything like that with an N of 3. So again, I like this version better because, well, it doesn't involve technology, and 2, it helps the students generate it themselves. Central limit theorem, it's hard because our students do a project every semester. And after doing it, they go, why would you ever do another one? I don't want to repeatedly sample anything, I'm done. That concept is hard for them because they don't do it, they can't do it. I mean, outside of maybe what we just did here. Again, there are a lot of components to central limit theorem that at the end of the day tell you that larger sample sizes are better because the bigger sample is closer to the population circle. That's larger than the sample circle. That's it. But boy, there's a lot of steps to getting there. And by the way, theorem? What the hell's a theorem? I know what a theory is. We teach them those things, but central limit theorem and central limit sounds like central message of tendency. They're out, baby. Let me tell you right now. Confidence intervals, this is where I really want to get better. Not that I don't want to get better other places, but if they can get an understanding of confidence intervals, I really think they're making strides. My students seem to get effect sizes pretty well. But if you've had any luck teaching confidence intervals, either it's good or bad, I would love to talk to you. You may not want to talk to me, but I've got some inspiration here because I didn't get room service. Yeah, you know what's up. I got some drink tickets still left over. You can have one if you're willing to talk to me about confidence intervals for 30 minutes. They're all yours. All right. Oh, I'm shameless, folks. I'm shameless. I'm done. That's like, well, you can move on with it. I'm having too much fun, folks. Take a look at this in the activities for teaching research methods and statistics that was edited by Jeff Stoll and Bill Addison, 2017. Students don't know what an interval is. I'm telling you right now, that's something they think it's something to do with time, and it is. But in this context, it means something different. And as I alluded to earlier, fixed and variable intervals, maybe we should do away with operant conditioning in intro. Maybe that would solve the problem. I'm not sure. But there's certainly a vocabulary issue here. Okay, thank you. Drink tickets to the first two people who see me afterwards. Thank you for your help.
Hello, 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 hello. Can you hear me? Is this working? I need to use the handheld. Okay. Do you want me to go ahead and use the handheld? Should I? Oh, okay. So I need. So use this? Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, and by the way, I'm just feeling so grateful right now because I don't know if you heard the little fiasco when I was already mic'd up and was trying to leave the room to take a little bathroom break earlier. I'm just so glad I didn't wear it to the bathroom. So I'm feeling like whatever happens now, we're good. I'll be just fine. So I'm Christy Cathy. I'm from Missouri State University. And I'm going to do a little demonstration of an experiment with you. So to get us set up, I need you to grab that QR code right there, please. We're doing a lot of QR code grabbing today, aren't we? And by the way, this is Mentimeter, and my awesome colleague Brooke Wisenhunt introduced us to Mentimeter this past semester, and we are using it to, at least temporarily, to replace our clickers in our classrooms, and our students are really loving using Mentimeter. So everybody, what's that? Okay. You think people are, oh, you're still trying to get in. Mm-hmm. Is everybody? What are you getting? Oh, that's fine. No, you should, yeah. If you see the instructions thing, we're golden. Oh, yeah, no, we have no worries here. Okay, good. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. We're going to do a little demonstration. I'm going to put you into two groups, and I'm going to do that based on your birthday months. So you're in group 1 if your birthdays are in the first half of the year, January through June, and group 2 if you were born in July through December. So you know your groups, right? So here's what I would like for you to do. Group 1 only, I'm going to show you some images on the screen. So group 1, you can keep your heads up. Group 2, what I'd like for you to do is close your eyes, don't cheat, or put your heads on your table, whatever, but please also don't look on your phones because I think the images are going to show up on your phone. So group 1 only, look at the screen. Group 2, look away. Here we go. Group 1, first image. Second. Third, All right, let's switch. Now if group 2 will look at the screen, group 1, if you'll look away, group 2, here are your images, number 1, number 2, number 3. All right, everybody heads up. Got a picture to show everyone. So everyone, look at this photo. And then everyone, I would like for you to rate the attractiveness of the man in this photo on a scale from 1 to 7. So you should have this come up now, and if you're in group 1, you could just slide the first one from 1 to 7, with 1 being extremely unattractive to 7 being extremely attractive. Oh, that was supposed to wait and do it when I told it to. Are you kidding me? Like, this baby has never, ever, ever failed. This is a demonstration. Natalie Kerr is back there. I borrowed this from Natalie, this demonstration, almost 10 years ago at an ACT conference, and I've done it pretty much every semester since, and it has never failed. So thank you very much for allowing that to happen. But typically what happens, let's just pretend, I should be like Drew and have like slides showing what should happen, but typically group 1 will rate the man as more attractive than group 2, and it's usually by a 1.5 difference. I mean, they're still there, right? And then here's the punchline. You clearly saw different images. Group 1 saw these 3 images before looking at the target, and group 2 saw these 3 images before looking at the target. Now, this is a demonstration. Now, these are images that I pulled. Natalie's, I think, were better than mine. But this was to illustrate the contrast effect, which is, the cognitive bias that leads people to distort their perception of a stimulus when they unconsciously compare that stimulus to something else, right? And so I remember as an intro psych student myself hearing about the classic study on the contrast effect that looked at physical attractiveness that was done by Kenrick and Gutierrez back in 1980. So do you remember the study? It was sometimes known as the Charlie's Angels study. So they had a Confederate go door to door in a men's dormitory on campus and saying, hey, I've got this person. I want to set my friend up with this woman. On a scale from 1 to 7, because they're nerdy, can you please rate how attractive you think she is? Because we're trying to decide if we should set her up with our friend. And so they rate the attractiveness. And what they note is if the men in the dorms are watching at that moment Charlie's Angels versus another television show. So in which condition, Charlie's Angels versus some other random TV show, when is the woman rated most attractive? Yeah, the other, nightly news with whoever, right? So I remember as an undergrad thinking this is a cool study. Natalie presented this at the conference, and it has worked for me every single semester. I thought, great demonstration. I loved it so much. So over time, though, I've started feeling a little icky when I've done it. And I like to show my demonstrations to my kids, and I showed this to my 13-year-old, and she said, oh, Mama, I don't like this demonstration. I said, why not? And she said, well, you're calling some people ugly and some people good looking, and that's not right. So it's kind of me think, do we need to change some of our ways we approach materials given the changing sensibilities of our students now, our Gen Z students? So my daughter said, why don't you use cats instead? So okay, let's try cats. So I created these, right? So here's the kitty cat version of the demonstration. Now, so this is the good-looking condition, by the way. And this is the other. My daughter actually helped me find these. There's this one. Bless him, right? Yeah, and so that's our target kitty there. Now, one thing that I wanted to point out is that this is a good demonstration to use. Whether you decide to use the human version or the kitty cat version, it's a nice demonstration to use in a variety of ways. I use it in intro psych. I've used it when we're talking about social psychology to talk specifically about the contrast effect, but also just when we talk about research methodology to present an experiment, because students then love to tear apart the way it's done. So for example, the images that I do I have great control? Absolutely not. So they love to tear it apart in that sort of way. I've even wormed it into sensation and perception. But what I thought would be fun maybe for us to talk about just briefly is thinking about not just this demonstration, but maybe other demonstrations or other topics that we cover in class that maybe our approach to them is now outdated given the changes that we're seeing in our students and our attitudes among our students, or even the changing nature of the field of psychology. Oh, by the way, I did this. I thought, let me see if the cat version worked. Well, it worked better than it did in here. Oh, actually, no, it didn't. But so I did this. I went to a colleague's class, and I did the kitty cat version of it, and it worked. It wasn't as strong as it typically is with the human version. But then I told them about how I typically do this demonstration. So I showed them the images that I used from the human version and asked them what they thought about it. And one student raised her hand kind of timidly, and she said, I think it's kind of mean. So, and maybe Natalie's original materials were not as offensive as my students now find mine, but I did ask them the question, how offensive do you find the human version of this? And so from a scale from 1 to 7, they rated it as a 3.6 on offensiveness level. And then I also said, well, which one do you think is the better demonstration for class? And they all said they preferred the kitty cat version, which I thought was kind of interesting. So I kind of want to pose this question to you. I know that I experience this a lot. I've been doing this for 20 plus years, and I have the stuff that I use in class that I grasp so tightly because I love it and because it's worked. Although you've helped me let go of this because it didn't work in here. So that's nice. But are there demonstrations or any other sorts of approaches or topics that you cover that you feel like, borrowing from the trade wind slogan, we should just let go? So Mentimeter is kind of cool. You get to do some open-ended answering. So go ahead on your phones, and if you have any ideas for topics, maybe, or things that you've experienced of late that you feel like just don't work anymore. I had a great clip from 60 Minutes on Zimbardo that I used to show, and it pained me to no longer show that interview with Leslie Stahl, but alas, let it go. So I was just curious if you have any. Classical conditioning label, Zimbardo. Cold calling on students. Freud. I hated giving up Freud, but I have given up Freud. I had some good shtick material for Freud, but alas, I've let it go. Popping balloons to demonstrate classical conditioning. Yeah. I'm not going to let go of the Good Samaritan story. That's too study. That's too good. Yes, so see down at the bottom, someone says it makes me feel so incredibly old that my September 11th flash bulb doesn't work anymore. Does anybody have any thoughts on what are, yeah?
I ask my students now, where were you when you found out school was canceled because of COVID?
Oh, that's good.
Oh no, 2 weeks, I'm so excited.
Right.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, right. So it was now it's where were you when you found out school was canceled due to COVID? Yeah, Jason. The January 6th events of last year.
My students said when they learned that Michael Jackson had died.
And what was that, like 2009? So even that's gonna, but mine still remember that, but they're getting even young for that, yeah. The 2016 election results is good. Yeah, so there's, sadly, maybe there's always going to be new flashbulb material situations that we can use for those, but that's a good example. Does anyone have any questions or anything else at all? All right, thank you so much. And you know what, I want to end like Missy Beers did the other day by, once again, I think we should thank the organizing committee again because this has been such a good week. So thank you all.
Great, let's give all of our presenters one more round of applause. And I know all of my demonstrations in class always worked absolutely perfectly every time. Wait, why are you laughing? So I want to, we're finishing up here, so as you move out, you might want to move out very quickly because they're going to magically turn this one room into 3 rooms, and you don't want to be here while they're doing that. So thank you so much, and oh, there's dessert to tempt you away out of the rooms. So I will see you at the desserts. I'm going to start using that Mentimeter.
Pretty fancy. Yeah, I got shocked. I'm like, I'm seeing myself. We're good? All right, perfect. So hello, everyone. Thank you for joining me. My name is Clemente Diaz. I'm from Baruch College, as well as the Society for Industrial Organizational Psychology. So thank you for joining me, especially those of you here in St. Pete, and those of you who are watching us remotely. In terms of today's presentation, I'm going to kind of stick to the podium. I usually like to walk around, but want to make sure that those joining us remotely can actually hear me. So I'm going to stick to the microphone. In terms of the presentation today, or the talk that I'm going to be having about, it's focusing on incorporating the psychology of work, or industrial organizational psychology, into introductory and AP psychology courses. Why you should do so, and how to do so, more importantly. So a little bit about myself. First and foremost, I'm an administrator at the City University of New York, and I'm an adjunct faculty. And I think that's important to highlight because it informs my approach when it comes to education. So in terms of being an administrator, the vast majority of my experience has been in career services. So working with students, trying to help them get employment, getting them prepared for the workforce, and things of that nature. In terms of teaching, I teach both undergraduate and graduate courses, primarily in industrial organizational psychology. But I've also had the opportunity of teaching courses such as introductory psychology, psychology of teaching and learning, financial psychology, and things like that. And I've taught courses in person as well as asynchronously. For the past, I want to say 5 years or so, I've primarily focused on online asynchronous teaching versus in-person teaching. And overall, apart from IO psychology, I'm very passionate about preparing undergraduate students for the world of work. And some of the things that I'm going to be highlighting today will demonstrate why I think that's important to do and why we should all be passionate about helping our students for the workplace and just being successful professionals in general. In terms of the agenda, brief introduction about myself. I really want to focus on making a case for IO psychology's inclusion in introductory psychology as well as AP Psych. Some common reasons for its exclusion in, again, introductory psych or AP, highlighting strategies for incorporating IO, and probably more importantly, some resources that you can leave with today to make it easy to incorporate the subject matter into your courses. So by a show of hands, how many of you teach intro psych? Okay, and how many of you teach AP Psych? So it's mostly introductory psychology courses. I'm assuming it's all undergraduate or anyone here teach dual enrollment or early college? Okay, so right now the program that I manage at Baruch College is a version of early college. So it's dual enrollment. We have high school students taking college credit courses with the goal of preparing them for the future as well as getting them some free credits because through the City University of New York, it's a free program for any student in New York City. So quick survey. So I've already asked how many of you teach intro psych or AP, but how many of you include IO psych or work psychology into your courses? Good. I say good, it's not many of you, but that means I'm not preaching to the choir. So I'm hoping that every single person here will take something away from this presentation. And if you currently include the content into your course, I'm hoping that I'll highlight some things or some strategies that you haven't thought about before. So in terms of a case for IO psychology, those of you who, and there was a handful, those of you who do include IO psychology, why do you include it? So not everyone all at once. Yeah.
I also teach intro to IO, so the popularity it was actually integrating more of it into the introductory course was a result of feedback from students who walked in on the first day having no idea what it was, and walking out on the last day saying, this might be a career path.
Gotcha. Cool, cool.
Could you summarize that for me?
Yeah, definitely. So in terms of the popularity that you saw in your course, right, and students being interested in the subject matter either as a profession or as just an additional topic that they would like to explore. And then you had your hand back up, and then we'll go further back.
So I've got a lot of business students also taking psych courses, so pretty popular with them. And it seems like a good career prospect for a lot of people where they can actually make money.
Yeah. Definitely. So good career prospects, as well as the non-psych students might be interested in the subject matter, right? So those business students. At Baruch College, we're primarily a business institution. So I want to say maybe 70 or 80% of our student population is focusing on some sort of business degree, and the remainder is either public affairs or arts and sciences. And then you had your hand as well. Okay. So taking the course because it can allow for some transferability to another institution where students can seek some an advanced degree ultimately, right? All right, so those are some great reasons. The reasons that I'm going to highlight somewhat touch upon those topics, but definitely give a different or a broader perspective. So to me, the most important, most fundamental reason why IO psychology should be included in AP and introductory psych is that working is a fundamental aspect of human life. Regardless of what a student is going to be majoring in, regardless of what you majored in, I'm assuming it's all psych, right? Or what career path you're going to be choosing, or a student's going to be choosing, understanding the world of work is critical, right? Understanding workplace dynamics, again, is extremely critical for student success overall. Secondly, when we think of introductory psychology, the vast majority of students at any institution that has an intro to psych course have this course as their primary exposure to psychology, right? If we look at stats from APA, vast majority, there's hundreds of thousands of students that go through an introductory psychology course every year, and that's not including AP psychology. And a small fraction actually end up pursuing a degree in psychology. So we already have a large catchment of students who are taking the course because it's a course requirement, yet for whatever reason don't pursue it as a subject matter, or sometimes don't even apply what they've learned in that course because, as one of our attendees mentioned, they may be a business student. They may not see that connection. Say, okay, psychology is great, but it's just a course that I need to take to fulfill a requirement, versus thinking more broadly, how can I apply what I've learned in this course or maybe some other courses towards my chosen profession, or just everyday life. Career readiness and professional development is part of APA's guidelines for the undergraduate major in psychology, so why not include it, right? It's some sort of professional development aspect of career readiness. Again, getting students to understand how the world of work operates and functions. This image, if everyone can see it, it looks a little blurry, but as you might recall, this was a few years ago, former Governor Jeb Bush, when asked about psychology degrees, basically said, if you get a psychology degree, you're gonna be working in fast food. I know it's preposterous. We all know that's not the case. But unfortunately, oftentimes, that is what occurs, and for a variety of reasons. And that kind of leads into some of the other points that I'm going to be highlighting. Psychology undergrads oftentimes struggle to see the direct connection between their degree and a job that they're seeking or careers that they're going to be focusing on. Now, obviously, my argument here is that we should highlight industrial organizational psychology in these intro courses, and it's not going to be something that's going to fix the problem, right, in terms of students being 100% ready for the workplace, but it's a good start, right? It's a good start to allow students to see this is, where you're studying psychology, there's this area within psychology that studies how people function in the workplace, how people interact, what makes individuals productive, what makes individuals motivated in the workplace. And these are all topics that you're already covering in introductory psychology or AP Psych. So it's a good segue to just kind of embed those components in terms of the concept of work. The majority of psych majors perceive that career options are limited to counseling. Now, prior to a conversation today, when I was having breakfast this morning, we had that conversation where most students think, well, if I'm going to get a degree in psychology, I'm going into counseling. I think I was one of the very, lucky students that when I decided to pursue my degree in IO psychology as an undergrad, I had already understood that it was workplace psychology. But when I teach students, oftentimes it's like, okay, well, what does that mean? What's IO psychology? How can I apply this to the workplace? Or, I thought I was just going to become a therapist or a counselor. And there's nothing wrong with that, but we want students to think very broadly. In my experience in career services, I always used to tell students, when you look at any major, whether it's psychology or not, think of it as a tree, right? So the roots and everything is the degree, right? You're getting a degree in psychology, it's your major and so forth. And then the branches are all the career opportunities or possibilities. It's just a matter of applying what you've learned to those different areas. Those with a bachelor's degree in psychology, according to APA, were employed in 88 different career categories. So okay, that kind of throws a wrench into the previous point, right, where students think that getting a degree in psychology is only going to give you a career path in counseling or therapy or some variation of that. Now, to that point where the vast majority of students or individuals who pursued a bachelor's degree are in 88 different career categories, so sales, marketing, management, education, so forth. When we look at data from APA, the vast majority of individuals who pursue a bachelor's degree in psychology don't pursue graduate studies. And that kind of goes counter to how most psychology departments operate, which is when when APA looked at what type of career readiness strategies they implement to kind of prepare their students, it oftentimes tends to gravitate towards graduate studies preparation. And while that's great, we definitely want to encourage students to seek higher education for a variety of reasons. The vast majority of them will not. And then those who do pursue graduate studies pursue studies outside of psychology. All right? So we have to be very mindful of that. The students that we're preparing in the discipline that we're in will not seek higher education in psychology. They're going to be entering the workplace. All right? And I say that boldly because oftentimes when I interact with faculty members in my institution, it's, well, we're preparing them to go into grad school. And again, that's great, but we have to look at our student population. If you are working with students who are going to pursue graduate studies, definitely. You give them all the graduate prep that they need. But if you ask them and they want to go directly into the workforce, we need to be able to prepare those students as well. And then this was recent from APA as well. More psychology degree holders are working in management capabilities or functions as their careers progress. So if we're able to introduce students to industrial organizational psychology or work psychology early on, they'll have a better understanding of how they can apply their knowledge, skills, and abilities to the workplace, right? In addition to that, it gives them something else to possibly seek. Whether it's at your institution, if you have either a degree or other courses in IO psychology, or in other institutions. And it's for those students who don't pursue psychology as a major, as I mentioned before, we have hundreds of thousands of students who take Intro to Psych as a requirement and don't pursue psychology. These are the future business leaders of America. These are the future business leaders internationally or of nonprofit organizations that can at some point leverage psychology to make business decisions. So it's not only about preparing psychology majors, it's about preparing individuals who are going to leverage psychology. When we look at workplace dynamics outside of just psychology, right now with the current situation that we're in, we have a lot of remote work. We have individuals experiencing mental health issues in the workplace, and most business leaders do not know how to effectively address those issues. And more often than not is because they don't have a fundamental understanding of how they can leverage psychology, leverage research in IO psychology to, one, help their employees, and secondly, to make sure that their organizations are productive, they're successful, and ultimately increase that bottom line, because that's what business or organizations tend to focus on, right? But when we look at IO psychology research, we can see that you can both be helpful to your employees while being successful as an organization. Again, this is kind of planting the seed for those students. So, I can stand up here and give you all, the thoughts that I have in terms of incorporating psychology, but I think oftentimes it's more productive to hear from you. And then if there's something that I've learned throughout my experiences or through research that I've done, I can help fill those gaps. So right now I just want to do a quick little activity, a think, pair, and share. So on your end, most of you said that you don't include IO psychology or work psychology into your courses. So what are some common reasons? So you can chat with a person next to you, person behind you. What are some common reasons for your exclusion of IO psychology in your course? And what are some challenges that you faced when you've even attempted to do so? So we'll take a few minutes to kind of do that think, pair, and share, and then we'll come back and share it to the broader group. I can check with you. Make it easier. Thank you. All right, we'll take 1 minute to finish up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think that's better. Better than my thought, which was me kind of reciting what they were saying. All right, thank you very much for that. So before I kind of give it up to another group, I'll report back what I spoke with Rob from College of St. Rose, which was, and in summation, lack of time, right? There's a lot of topics that need to be covered in Intro to Psych and, obviously AP Psych as well, and there's sometimes not enough time to incorporate IO psychology or other topics for that matter. At the College of St. Rose specifically, they decided to take their Intro to Psych course and split it up into a 2-semester kind of sequence, where students take a 3-credit kind of, Intro to Psych Part 1, and then the following semester they take Intro to Psych Part 2, and that way they're able to cover more. And through covering more, they've been able to incorporate IO psychology. Is that a good summary? Okay, perfect. So anyone want to volunteer to kind of highlight what they discussed with their partner or partners? Do we have someone right over here? Well, I think
the people remote that won't be able to hear you.
Yeah.
Very simply, though, it's not in the textbook, which is often our starting point.
Yeah, so not in textbook, not in the curriculum. Depending on the institution that you attend, the institution either assigns the textbook to you, more often than not, or sometimes even if they allow you to choose a textbook, it's not in the textbook that you've chosen, right? All right. Yeah.
We had the similar thing in terms of time. There's also, I think sometimes people who teach intro view INO as a kind of a niche thing, and they maybe don't feel as comfortable talking about it in its, in all its grandeur or that context. There's a lot of, all my colleagues here, they try to infuse something, in each chapter, about the workplace or integrate that. But so I think there's a little bit of uncomfortableness, yes.
Yeah, definitely. It's like myself. If I was to do a course on abnormal psychology, I would feel at a loss because it's not my expertise.
So some of the points we talked about were already addressed in terms of time factor and not feeling comfortable with the material, but I did just want to mention this. We were actually just talking, you mentioned the textbook doesn't cover it. Our institution recently switched to an OpenStax textbook, and the one that we use actually has a whole section in it about IO psychology. I don't talk about it, but for those who are interested in at least covering it on a basic level, I mean, it's free. You just type in OpenStax, you go to their section, and we were talking. I was surprised to see that in there, so I don't know if someone who worked on it is really into IO psychology, but it's available for people who want that information.
Yeah, definitely. And I'll be highlighting some resources later on, but there's also NOBA project. So the NOBA project allows you to customize the different chapters or topics that you're going to be highlighting or you want to highlight for your course. And they have a free OER IO Psych section in NOBA project as well.
So we talked back here about like what chapter we could take out if we were going to try and fit this in.
Ooh, I like that approach.
Some of you may disagree with this, but I said development. But that's because I teach like the child psych and the human development, and I have a lot of students that will take me for intro and then follow me into lifespan. So, but I also feel like I could share or put some of the other theorists and stuff into other chapters just to give them a sense of what it is. But John had mentioned that when he teaches parenting styles, that he talks about leadership styles as well, and talks about like, you know, which one looks like your boss. And I feel like the leadership styles is something that would really benefit our students, especially the college-age students that have trouble holding on to jobs and conflicts with their managers. And I think that would be an important part from IO that would fit well in the development chapter.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for that. Anyone else want to share?
I have one, which is my students have limited work experience, and they can imagine what it might be like to be in the workplace, but many of them haven't. Let me see if Slack has some, and it doesn't seem like there's anything from Slack. Great.
Well, thank you very much for that point in terms of kind of what could you eliminate if you had the opportunity. I think that's not something that I was going to highlight, but I think it's a very interesting point. Because depending on the institution that you're at, the dynamics, the student body is going to be different. So for example, at Baruch College, we have your quote unquote traditional student. But where I've been consistently teaching at, which is the CUNY School of Professional Studies, they're adult learners. So these are individuals who have a lot of work experience and are coming back to get their bachelor's or master's degree. So I think it would be fruitful if you have the opportunity to even do a needs analysis while you're maybe the first day of class, kind of what would you like to get out of this introductory psychology course? And obviously I'm always going to advocate for IO psychology, but there may be students who at your institution that want to focus on something else within psychology, and that will provide some insight. Now, that obviously has its own challenges, right? We prepare in advance for our courses, but it's something to think about, even if it's just kind of sprinkling in some material or some content or some assignments to kind of get at what the students think they need or they would like to see from that course. So thank you again for everyone for your sharing. Give me 1 second, slide is sticking. There we go. So in terms of common exclusions, this is based off of a survey that I did a few years ago for introductory psychology professors, and there were 3 themes that emerged. One of them was not in the textbook, not in the curriculum, not a surprise, as some of you mentioned. Interestingly enough, so a colleague of mine had looked through Project Syllabus. I'm not sure if anyone's aware of Project Syllabus. It basically gets syllabi from different subject matters and kind of curates them on this platform. And he looked at all the syllabi that were posted on Project Syllabus for introductory psychology course. The vast majority of courses that teach intro to psych course had a textbook. It's by David Myers, or a variation of his, and they don't include IO Psych. So again, if you're already assigned a textbook by your department, or you're using the most popular textbooks that don't have the subject matter, it's very unlikely that you're going to include it. And it's something that we at SIOP, or the Society of Industrial Organizational Psychology, already understand. And we've curated resources to try and mitigate that issue, and I'll speak on that a little later. The second one, lack of time, far too many topics. Oftentimes, even topics that would be traditionally taught in the Intro to Psych course are incorporated because there's not enough time. And depending on your particular subject matter, you may place an additional emphasis on what your background is because you're more comfortable teaching that content. And that kind of leads to the next one, which is lack of subject matter knowledge. You may not know much about IO psychology. Maybe you came in today and you're like, I don't even know IO psychology exists. I know it gets applied to the workplace, but I wasn't aware that it's a specific field of study within psychology. That's usually the issue we have in the workplace, which is, since it's not in introductory psychology courses, most people don't understand what IO psychology is or have never heard of it. All right, so in terms of how we can mitigate those challenges. So we kind of touched upon them a little bit. So kind of thinking about what could we possibly eliminate, but is there anything else? It doesn't necessarily have to be a think, pair, share, but definitely a share. Is there anything that you think could be done or that you can do to try and mitigate the issue that you're experiencing when it comes to incorporating IO psychology? So at College of St. Rose, they basically had the opportunity to kind of break that introductory psychology course into 2 semesters. I think that's unique. I don't think most institutions are going to do that for a variety of reasons, institutional policies, or there might be hoops and hurdles that one would have to do to kind of structure the course that way. But anything whatsoever that you think might mitigate your challenge, in the back, and then we'll come here.
Yeah, so you could hand me a 5-minute, couple of slides
Okay.
activity that I could link up to something else in my curriculum, that would go right in there, right?
So basically resources. If the resources exist already that are quick, easy to use, you're more likely to incorporate it. Okay? Anything? You had your hand up.
I was going to say, I'd love some suggestions for integrating,
Mhm.
so changing that mindset that I've got to add a new chapter, which is thinking about ways to maybe weave in examples to things I already do.
Yeah, definitely. So instead of having a standalone unit in your course focusing on IO psychology, how can we incorporate the content, the psychology of work or IO psychology, however you want to frame it, into already existing units within your course? And I think in addition to that, one thing that's important might be just the framing of it. So obviously within PsyOp, the subject matter is officially known as industrial organizational psychology. But even within the society, there's debate as to how we should frame the content, because it's a very long, multisyllabic name, somewhat antiquated. Industrial, the organization was kind of the newer component to the title. But many argue work psychology, right? It might be easier for students to digest and understand, oh, it's basically applying psychology to work functions. Yeah, and you had your hand up.
I think one thing that everyone who teaches the intro course should try to understand is, yes, we have state articulation guidelines, transfer credit guidelines, the APA, what is it, 3.0 now? APA guidelines. What I have done, tried to encourage the instructors to do, none of those guidelines say you got to go page by page through the textbook. All right? It gives guidelines on what content matter or topics you need to cover. It doesn't say how much you have to or what, you know what I mean? You want to be thorough, but certainly it doesn't, nothing says you have to go page by page through the textbook.
Yeah.
So the integration that Aaron mentioned, I think, and it's like some of the other things that we've heard today, getting students, and particularly students in higher ed, to be able to broaden their understanding as opposed to just memorizing terminology.
Yeah. So basically, and I'm reiterating for those of you who are watching us online, it's, even though there are guidelines, policies, it's not set in stone that you have to go page by page of what's being highlighted in a textbook. And you should have some flexibility in terms of incorporating material either throughout or in different areas within your lectures, your presentations, your classes, and so forth. So definitely, right? And I think even apart from just like guidelines that APA has, sometimes your institutions have specific guidelines or policies. So for example, at Baruch College, I have much more flexibility in terms of how I teach my courses. Versus at the CUNY School of Professional Studies, it's a bit more rigid. So we're designated the textbooks. We're told kind of how the assignment should flow to have some sort of level of consistency across the course, regardless of the instructor. So there's not as much. There's still some flexibility, but not as much. And I think it's a matter of working within your institution and the guidelines set forth to really determine how you're going to incorporate IO psychology or a new material in general into your course. All right, so in terms of strategies, we kind of touched upon them, not in the textbook or in the curriculum, using outside sources. I'll highlight some later on, but NOBA, OpenStax, they each have OER textbooks that you can easily just slip in to your current textbook. Lack of subject matter knowledge, so not everyone's comfortable. It's easier said than done, but I would say, familiarize yourself with the subject matter, right? Read articles on IO psychology, read an OER textbook yourself, listen to various podcasts on the subject. But sometimes it's easier to just have someone else talk about their expertise in the subject matter. So reaching out to an IO psychologist, whether they're an instructor or not, to talk about the field. So you can have someone who can give students a practitioner's point of view, or you have students who can get, or individuals who can give more of an academic point of view in terms of the field. And that kind of, I would say, takes your course to another level because you're bringing kind of outside experts, if you're able to do so. And I think your students would probably enjoy that as well, getting a perspective from someone in that field exactly. And they can have, they can ask various questions that you or myself might not be able to answer. So as oftentimes I'll tell students, like, I'm not really sure, what the answer is. I'll try to find out for you, or I'll try to get some resources. Because let's be honest, as we've mentioned several times already, there's a lot in the introductory psychology courses. And I'm going to go on the limb and say that no one here is 100% comfortable with every single piece of information in the intro to psych course that they're teaching. If you do, God bless you. I want to be like you, but I know I'm not. All right, and oftentimes it's a matter of just bringing someone else to kind of help me out, give their perspective, or seeking out some sort of assistance. Lack of time, so we've mentioned it before, integrating new material into already existing content. So for example, intelligence, looking at individual differences or even how assessments are conducted in the workplace. So I'm assuming most of you highlight intelligence, but why are intelligence assessments used in the workplace? For what purpose? What type of jobs are more likely to incorporate those type of assessments? Looking at cognitive abilities or emotional intelligence, relationship between cognitive abilities and performance, things like that. Or even just having IO-related assignments. So instead of providing its standalone unit, providing a more cursory glance at the field. So one that's amazing in my opinion is Department 12 podcast. They've developed a mini IO course that students can take online. It literally takes 30 minutes for a student to complete. And once they complete the course itself, there is an assessment that they take at the end. As long as they get a 70 or higher, they get a certificate. And then they can present that certificate to you. And the course itself does a very good job at providing a broad overview of the field. And it's aligned with one of the resources that I'm going to highlight, which is a standalone IO psychology chapter that SIOP has developed. And then another example is just having students do a job analysis assignment. So if you're not well aware of what a job analysis is, it can take various shapes and forms. But basically, it's an opportunity for students to learn more about a potential career path. And oftentimes, I'll tell students, what is it that you would like to pursue as a career once you're done with your degree? Now, as part of this assignment, you're going to do a job analysis for that. So you can have students either do an informational interview with someone in that field, or you can have students just do online research, right? Looking at ONET, which is the Occupational Outlook Handbook that highlights all the knowledge, skills, abilities, educational requirements for a particular field. Again, kind of taking stock of your student population. If you know the vast majority of them are not going to be pursuing psychology degrees or graduate studies in psychology, you might focus on it a bit more broadly, just careers in general. But if you know that most of your students are pursuing psychology degrees, look at it, the job analysis can focus on a specific sub-area of psychology. So for example, hey, you're going to do an informational interview of someone who's in developmental psych, IO psych, financial psych, and so forth. And in terms of the resources that we've curated, so part of the reason I'm here is obviously pitching the IO psychology, but I'm also the chair of SIOP's Bridge Builders Committee, and our goal is to expose students as well as educators to the field. So we've curated a huge resource which has educator resources, so videos, content summaries, that can easily be incorporated to intelligence or developmental and things like that. We have a speaker directory, so if you would like someone to come and speak to your class, you can go to the speaker directory. I'll provide my contact information at the end. You can reach out to me, and I'll find someone to speak to your class. We have PowerPoint presentations that you can easily include into your courses. We have an OER textbook, assignments. On the student end, we have information on different careers within IO psychology. Do students want to become practitioners or academics? What does that mean? Do they want to work for a government, corporate, nonprofits? How can they apply what they're learning to those different areas of the workplace? Information on grad school. And then we have general information, which will be fruitful both for yourselves and your students. So information on various IO psychology related podcasts, articles, memes, which students like nowadays. And it's a great way to not only expose them to IO psychology, but to reinforce learning, right? So if you think of dual coding, embedding kind of the content that you're discussing with images, right, helps reinforce that learning. So the QR code is there. If you can't take a QR code, there's the link for the link tree as well. It's also highlighted on our Twitter page. All right. So any questions whatsoever in terms of applying IO Psych into your courses or anything related to the subject matter, or just preparing students for the workplace in general? As I mentioned, I'm very passionate about just preparing students for the workplace as a whole. So it doesn't necessarily have to be IO psychology specific, but there's ways to kind of just, again, get that exposure to them.
There's a question that came in over Slack, and you may have covered this in your the resources you gave. This person said one of the biggest hurdles is finding examples to integrate or examples of learning activities for intro. They have trouble in terms of learning the content and developing learning activities themselves. Are some of those learning activities in those resources that you provided?
Yes, definitely. So in terms of the resources we provide, as I mentioned, apart from just a standalone OER textbook, there are one-page content summaries. So you can find a content summary on intelligence that focuses primarily on how intelligence is assessed and how it's applied to the work context. And then we've started to curate assignments that can be easily incorporated into your courses. It's a work in progress, but we already have some on the page itself. Yeah.
Great, thank you so much. Any other questions in the room?
All right, well hopefully I've given everything. Oh, yeah.
For each chapter, I would have broad learning outcomes that I think of, or like a takeaway message that I want students to understand about a chapter. What would you say that is for IO psychology? Or like as an instructor, how should I frame the content if I were to start to incorporate that?
Yeah, I think it'll go back to one of the first reasons I gave on why I think IO psychology should be incorporated into introductory psychology, which is working is a fundamental aspect of human life. And I think it's always telling students that regardless of what they're going to major in, regardless of what they want to pursue, the knowledge that they're gaining from the course in general is going to be applicable to their career paths. And it's a matter of just making those connections. So when I worked in career services, whether it was a student majoring in psychology or not, the number one thing that students always struggled with was articulating their knowledge, skills, and abilities for the workplace. Liberal arts students have, more difficulty with that. And I think by highlighting IO psychology and talking about how psychology as a whole is applied to the workplace, they're better able to understand where they fit. Right? If they're pursuing a degree in psychology, where do I fit in the workplace? It's not just counseling or therapy. Again, if they want to pursue that, fantastic, but there's other things that students can do. So I think the overall goal or the message should be, we all work, and psychology has a very unique role to play in the workplace. Whether you're pursuing a degree in psychology or you want to just be a business leader, you'll be able to leverage this knowledge for the betterment of yourself, as well as your department, your team, your organization. And when we look at all the data, whether it's psychological data or not, we can make a case for that, right? We can make a case for psychological safety in the workplace. If you treat your employees better, you know, the connection is not direct, but indirectly, they make your organization more successful. I think it falls back to who your student body is. So at Baruch College, again, primarily a business institution, I would try to make the business case for the psychology as a whole, but for IO psychology for our students. If your students are focusing more on psychology degrees, it's an easier sell, right? Hey, you want to go into counseling? You want to go into therapy? Great. But you know, understanding workplace dynamics is going to be very important because you may work in a health clinic. You may work in a nonprofit organization where you're collaborating with other individuals, and you need to know how to collaborate with those individuals effectively, right? And you can utilize what you're learning now to make sure you do so effectively. I know that was long-winded, but hopefully it got to your point. Anyone else? Comments, questions, concerns? Hopefully the information I gave you has made you think a little bit more about the subject matter and ways that you may want to incorporate it. As I mentioned before, if it's up to me, I would say it should be a standalone unit, but I'm biased, obviously. That's my background, it's my expertise. But I would say at minimum, it's something that can be easily incorporated into different units that you're going to be discussing. And really just show your students that, you know, psychology is a great field. There's a lot of career prospects, and the APA data shows it. And it's something that, contrary to politicians' perspective, society's perspective, it's a very fruitful field to be in. Yeah. All right, so thank you very much. I appreciate your time. As I said before, you know, feel free. Here's my contact info. You can use the PsyOps directory if you want to find the speaker for your course. Or for something that you're doing at your institution, but you can also feel free to reach out to me. As chair of the PsyOps Bridge Builders Committee, I have access to different committee members that we often reach out to for speaking engagements. All of these resources are free, FYI. So it's free resources for students and educators. And then also, maybe these are things that you want to leverage for your workplace in general. So for example, this past year, a colleague and I basically created an organization within the City University of New York to try and incorporate IO psychology into different aspects of the institution for administrators. So I'm in a unique position where I would argue that I'm one of the few IO psychology practitioners who works in higher education administration. So that's another challenge where we have students who pursue IO psychology degrees often want to go into corporate. Again, nothing wrong with that. I wanted to go into corporate when I was finishing my grad school degree as well. But you know, luckily I fell into higher ed admin, and for me, it's really making a case for it's a great field to also do IO work in. And my colleague and I are basically trying to encourage other higher ed admins to leverage IO psychology research into the work that they do. So whether it's when they're on a search committee looking for a faculty member or another staff member, you know, what are best practices or evidence-based practices to ensure that you're hiring, quote unquote, the right person or the person who's gonna be able to do the job. Or, you know, working in your teams effectively, or how to run meetings. I'm sure we've all been in those meetings that you're probably falling asleep. I've been to far too many of those. You know, how can we make those meetings more effective? Or maybe instead of a meeting, it should just be an email. So that kind of stuff. So again, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, go for it.